Supervisors for Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. While we activate the screen, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present today, with Supervisor Alejo in the room and Supervisor Church joining us shortly. And now he's in the room. All right, so at this point, I'm going to look at council and ask if we have any additions or corrections to this morning's closed session agenda.
No additions or corrections.
We have items number 1, A through D this morning in closed session. So I'm going to ask the public if they have any comment on these closed session items. I'm going to ask folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline, to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in room, no hands up via Zoom, so I will close public comment on our closed session agenda for the Board of Supervisors, and we will recess to closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. IT and the folks behind the presentation mode to get us kicked off here so the public can see us. And as we do that, I'm going to call to order, reconvene this meeting of the Board of Supervisors for September 30th, 2025. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present and accounted for on the dais. I'm going to ask Diego Celis, who is our Spanish interpreter, to announce his services to those folks present.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. With that, we are at the pledge. I'm going to ask you all to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With the emphasis on for all. And with that, I'm going to go to additions and corrections by our clerk.
Yes, we have one, and that is a revision for item number 12 under appointments. Due to inadvertence, the term should be revised to September 16th, 2025 through December 31st, 2027.
All right, with that revision being noted, I'm going to bring it back. At this point, we're at our ceremonial resolutions. I'm going to see if there's any member of this body who wishes to remove an item from our ceremonial resolutions for comment, question, or alternative action. Seeing none, we'll go to the public for the same. See no hands going up, nobody coming forward. We've got a motion from Alejo. Is there a second? Got a second from Askew. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, motion carries unanimously. With that, I'm going to make the first presentation this morning to Estrella Seinberg down front. All right, so this morning we're adopting a resolution, or we just did, recognizing the 250th anniversary of the Juan Bautista de Anza colonizing expedition of 1775 to 1776. I want to appreciate Estrella for the conversation that we had a few months ago about the importance of recognizing our history and acknowledging where we've been to understand where we're going. In that conversation, we had a really meaningful back and forth about the realities of this expedition and the fact that it was not always roses and folks visiting and loving all the way through California. It was a tough time and part of our history that we're still trying to reckon with in California, including spats of violence. So I want to thank you for acknowledging that and diving deeper into some of the journaling to help me understand those pieces. And in understanding where we've been, we can understand where we're going. Part of that, making sure that our children and our future residents know about our history, is highlighting those places that are important markers. So the request that came from the folks that are part of this system was, can we work together to put the signs back up that used to mark the different important places throughout Monterey County that the trail passed through? So part of this afternoon's agenda will include that conversation with our Public Works team. But I did want to take the opportunity to thank you for all that you are doing to keep the history alive in order that we won't forget it in our future, and as part of that, not repeat any of those cycles of the past. So acknowledging where we've been to acknowledge where we're going, I want to appreciate everyone at the National Park Service for what they do every single day, for maintaining those beautiful parks that we love so much, to keeping our history alive as a nation so that we are never doomed to repeat the past. So it's an honor to present this resolution to you, honoring the 250th anniversary of the Anza expedition, and acknowledge all that you are doing to keep the history alive here in Monterey County of this historic expedition. Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Do I have a couple minutes or? Oh, well, Thank you to the Board of Supervisors and to the county and to the local partners that are here in person, the Salinas Valley Bureau of Tourism and, sorry, I got the name wrong, Salinas Valley Tourism and Visitors Bureau, and the On the Trail Foundation, who's joining us here from, board member that's joining from the Bay, and just, this story of the expedition and the remnants of it and the consequences are much bigger than just the small team that works in National Park Service. It wouldn't be possible to continue to interpret and mark the Onza Trail without partners. And many of the ideas oftentimes come from partners. So please, we welcome them beyond today. This was certainly an ask from me to you, but please, this is an open door and hopefully a partnership to continue. And this day is very timely. Just as of yesterday, yesterday marks the first day of the 250th commemorative years. 250 years ago, yesterday, the expedition took off in Orcasita, Sonora, and brought 250 people, mostly from the lower caste of New Spain, up to Alta California. Certainly, there were mixed intentions and goals from the Spanish king and Onza himself, but the families came up here seeking new opportunities, like many of our immigrant families continue to do, and radically transform this land for better and worse, as we know. And so we will now be replacing the auto tour signs that were first put in 2001, and many have faded due to the sun, of course. Some developments happened, so roads have expanded, or just the signs aren't there. So, and of course, as always, there's new sign specs. So we'll be sending those your way as soon as we pass. We get through today, and just excited to make this known and continue to work with you all. Thank you.
Now I'm going to ask our CAO. She'll come down and join me. I believe I'm presenting a resolution to our CAO for Customer Service Week, so I'm going to take the opportunity, since I'm down here, to ask her to join me for Customer Service Superstars Making a Difference Every Day, being the theme of this year's Customer Service Week here in Monterey County. And I just want to acknowledge every single employee of Monterey County who puts their best foot forward, understanding that when we interact with the public, the face that you are represents to our community all of Monterey County, whether you're in social services, parks, in a Board of Supervisors office, or even here at the front of the office with the clerk. And that matters. Folks don't often interact with their government. And when they do, that interaction should be a great one. It should be an experience, whether it's a hard moment, maybe it's a sheriff's office you're dealing with for the first time, or a great moment. Maybe you're actually collecting a birth certificate for your child here on the first floor of this building. All of those matter. And I know that we have so many rock stars throughout this agency, throughout this county government, that put that best foot forward every single day. And so we want to acknowledge all of their efforts in making customer service such a priority within the county of Monterey. And I want to hand the mic over to our CAO to share a few moments with us.
Thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure to receive this resolution on behalf of our county staff. I do want to share with you, in times where I have worked in these different departments throughout the county, I had the opportunity to be a part of the DA's office, be a part of probation as a victim service employee, and then a lot of time in the county administrative office. And there were instances where I would run into people that were there to go to family court because they were going through a custody battle, or I would run into them because their child was pending a case, whether they were a victim or they were a defendant. And there were instances where sometimes our victims were defendants at one time. And our goal is to make sure that they are provided with the best service when they come to meet us. And I, as an employee of this county, but also a longtime resident of this county, also the county of Fresno, I always want you to come here and have the best experience. There are instances where they're not going to be for good reasons. And there are instances where you're here also with your children or your parents because something has happened. And our goal is to ensure that we give you the best service possible. It may not be for a great reason that you're here, but we want you to feel that we served you in the best way possible in the language that you speak, and that if you're here with your parent who speaks a different language, that you make us aware so that we ensure that we communicate directly with them. Having to interpret for my mom at the doctor's office was one of the most difficult challenges that I did in the entirety of my life. And up until the end, when she was being given really bad news. And children should not have to go through that. I was already in my 40s, and I turned into a 10-year-old. And so that is something that Elsa's team focuses on. She's our health director in the back of the room. Roderick in social services focuses on this. Yuri as a representative of District 4, and Valerie as a person that works with our board directly. Jack, who works with our veterans who are coming back into our community and needing services, and sometimes saying, I'm not going to access that because it's more important for her to receive that. Brian, who works in our parks team. Maite, who works in our communications team. We don't do everything perfectly. And the roads team is probably the exception. Their customer service through Randy's team and Lindsay's team are extraordinary, as well as Javier and working with District 1. But I just want to let you know, there's going to be instances where you're going to engage with us and we're not going to be at the top of our game because we are human. But let us know. Let us know what we could do better. We are going to start a survey online so that you can give us those nuggets of information, because we could always do so much better. And sometimes the information is going to come out in a way that you just don't understand it and don't have the capacity to interpret it for your parents, whether you're a 10-year-old or you're 50. And we're here to help you with that. We're here to provide that additional assistance to you, whether it's in law enforcement or whether it's a visit to the court. We partner with the court. We work directly with them, but we are here to support you in every which way. And I just want to say thank you to every employee who provides services, and thank you for being you when you come to work, because that is what makes us better. So on behalf of the County of Monterey employees, thank you all for this resolution.
All right. So next, we're going to go to Supervisor Church for the LS Program Ventures presentation.
That always helps. I think all of you really, everybody knows about the flooding in the community at Pajaro in 2023. And this is an underserved community, working people who had just faced many challenges in their daily lives. And the county, Monterey County, has done a great deal on putting some efforts into different programs there. And this is one of them, the LOS program, which we coordinated with Ventures. And it was to help build some financial resiliency in the community. It involved 44 individuals who went through a 6-month program with a guaranteed income and also a great deal of financial education. That helped to connect to expand their financial stability, to build community, wealth building, and self-determination. There's work that created some, dignity and recognized and acknowledged their leadership skills and developed them. It's a program that was a little bit unique, but I think it was really, really successful. And I think what's really important to consider about it is that it had 44 individuals, but it's a lot more than that. I mean, there's each of them is representing a family. Each of them, and then beyond that family, they have skills that they'll teach to their family members and hopefully be passed down. So this is something that has a rippling effect, just like tossing a rock out into a pond, and to the impact that can have. So I was really. My office was really happy to sponsor this program. I got to go to the graduation and see it was such a well-attended and such an enthusiastic crowd, and just such a well-done job by Ventures and everybody involved into it. Here we have Cecilia Diaz Mendoza, and really want to give you a chance to speak onto it and present this to you. And again, really thank you for the great work you folks have done.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify, we had 45 graduates. Thank you so much, Supervisor Church. I actually started with Ventures just a few months ago, so I really cannot take the credit for this amazing work. This really is something that the Familias Con Más team, who Odalis is part of, and she's one of the financial coaches that work with the entire ALAS cohort. It's really wonderful to be able to come into a team that's already so dedicated and doing such amazing work. And I get to kind of come in here and see the amazing results. So for that, I want to say thank you. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Odalis, who really put in so much work for these families. At Ventures, we truly believe that financial management and knowing how to budget is not really just something that you're born with, but it's a skill. And a lot of us are simply just not taught that as we're growing up. And so it's very important for us to bring those values and that education into the communities that really need it and build that capacity and that resilience. And so for that, and for all the partners that Ventures has been very lucky to work with, including Supervisor Church, thank you. Thank you so much on behalf of Ventures and the entire team.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Congratulations to the ALAS program. Good work in Pájaro. I'm here now to recognize another amazing effort. It is always our honor here in these chambers to recognize young people or programs that really focus on uplifting our young people. Here in Monterey County, especially where you have so many who come to work, who are working hard in an area that's very expensive, but central to many of our families is education. So I want to call up the executive director of the Read to Me project and proclaiming September as a literacy leadership month in Monterey County, and that is Jason Little. Thank you for joining us. This is especially important to me because we all know that education continues to be the great equalizer. And I say that as a former teacher long before I was a lawyer in politics. But when my own grandparents came here as migrant farm workers in Mexico, my grandmother never had a chance to attend one day in a classroom in Mexico, never. She started working cleaning houses at the age of 12. My grandfather only went to the 3rd grade. But guess what? They made sure all their kids finished high school. And because of that work, I was able to be the first in my family to graduate from a university, from law school, and from a master's program. But it all starts in the earliest years, right? And that's what this program is all about. So for those that don't know, the Read to Me Project, it's a nonprofit organization founded in 2011 and has a mission to help underserved children achieve kindergarten readiness and a lifetime of literacy by empowering grade school students to read to their younger siblings, fostering long-term academic success, social connection, and emotional growth. The program's innovative leadership through literacy model uplifts not only students they serve, but also their younger siblings, families, teachers, schools, and broader communities, providing an evidence-based approach to breaking the cycle of generational illiteracy. Since its founding, the Read to Me project has expanded to more than 4,000 students across 100 classrooms throughout Monterey County, prioritizing schools, families with the greatest need while empowering older students to become confident leaders and role models in their communities. Literacy continues to be a crisis at the local, state, and national levels, requiring ongoing commitment and innovative solutions. This project affirms that literacy is more than just an academic skill. It is a gateway to opportunity, equity, and stronger, more resilient communities. So today, our Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby recognizes the Read to Me project for its outstanding contributions to education, community leadership, and proclaims this month of September, on the last day, verily, as Literacy Leadership Month in Monterey County. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. It's never too late. We're lifelong learners always, right?
All right, well, so first and foremost, thank you so much. We really appreciate being in this space with all of you today. And Supervisor Alejo, thank you so much just for recognizing us. I stand here before you as just a representative of an amazing organization. Our team will be up here in one moment to take the photo because you're all invited. Board members too. But in true honesty, it's really about community partnerships, being trusted in so many classrooms across Monterey County. We are truly Monterey County born, and we look to impact the students in the best way possible. When you come home with a book, whether it's reading to a sibling or to a parent, what you're doing is you're reclaiming that time when that artifact like a phone is put away. We also really try to meet the need of the communities by having books that go home that could be supported in the homes of any home in Monterey County, including homes that speak different languages than Spanish and English. So we are really trying to meet that need and doing it with an amazing team. When you ask students, 5th and 6th graders, do you like to read? It can be heartbreaking how fast they say no. It really is. Because reading, it unlocks, it decodes life all around us. What I'm so amazing here to do Read to Me Project is our team. They go out there and they make reading fun. We go into the community, meet with parents. We give them tools that are not hard to grasp, but tools that you can build confidence. Because when you build confidence with something, you do it again. You keep on doing it. Before you know it, you're fluent. And that's what we really hope to do, is build reading fluency with our children that we work with and their parents and their whole families. So that being said, if it's okay with you, can I invite the team up for the photo? Okay. Yeah, we do.
Thank you. And we know that if you can't read and write, then you get behind in the later grades, right? So it always starts in those most critical early years. Thank you for the entire team for being here today.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to the Read to Me project. And before I do present our next resolution, I just wanted to take a moment to introduce an intern who's been working in our District 4 office. Dia Gupta Lemus is with us in the back of the room here. And I'll just introduce Dia. Has been interning in the District 4 office for the past couple months on a daily basis, helping us with a variety of projects. And in preparation of reading through our agenda and in honor of the Read to Me project, I asked Dia what
one of the books that she's reading is, as well as Chief of Staff Yuri Anderson, if she's still with us somewhere here. Yes, hi, Yuri. And Dia's reading a book called The Hate You Give Me by Angie Thomas, and Chief of Staff Yuri Anderson is reading I Was Anastasia by Anal Lawhorn. And I asked my son, we talked about one of the books he's reading right now in preparation for one of his school projects, and it's The Language of Flowers by Vanessa Diffenbaugh. So thank you for being here today, and it's an honor to celebrate just reading, for the joy of reading. So we're honored to have you with us. Moving on to our next resolution, I'm honored to be here today, and I'll invite Melina Bro up to join me. And we're here to celebrate and commend 50 years for Blackhorn Spas on your 50th anniversary, legacy of service, wellness, and community commitment. Blackthorn Spas has been in business. There'll be a ribbon cutting celebrating 50 years in business a little bit later today. But I do have a resolution here on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. And this is exceptional for so many reasons. As a former small business owner myself, it is a remarkable milestone to celebrate 50 years in business as a small business owner, and a legacy of a family business that's been operational that long. Blackthorn Spas is a small business that has become a cornerstone of wellness and community here in Salinas and beyond. And the odds for a small business are steep when you start a small business in a community. Nearly half of our small businesses don't make it past 5 years, and 2/3 don't reach a decade. So that's kind of what makes this celebration exceptional. For half a century, Blackthorn Spas has not only endured, it's thrived, expanded, and continued to serve 6 counties across Central California. And under the leadership of first your father and now Melina Bro, who we're proud to recognize here today, Blackthorn continues to grow while staying true to your values of service, wellness, and community commitment. I did want to read just a few of the whereas statements here because I think they are significant. And 50 years in business, serving the community with the guiding principle of to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, is something that we can all learn from. It's a value that shaped the company's reputation for integrity, quality, and outstanding service. And not only have you thrived in your business, and as a business that's thriving, you've also invested in the community by giving back to local organizations and causes, including the Food Bank for Monterey County, the Boys and Girls Club of Monterey County, 4-H program, Hitchcock Road, Animal Services, and so many other nonprofit initiatives that strengthen and uplift our community. So having made those comments, I just want to say it's an honor to have you here to celebrate the work that you do, but also all of our small businesses who work so hard and give back so much to community. So on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and all of our residents, we commend and congratulate Blackthorn Spas on the occasion of your 50th anniversaries, 5 decades in service to our community, for doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And we look forward to your continued service and continued service of that mission and wellness for everybody. So congratulations, and I'll give you an opportunity to make some comments. Yeah.
Thank you. I thank you all for being here, and I do want to say that I feel honored to be in the presence of all these great organizations that are doing such wonderful work. And I'm just a business owner, but I know it's not just that. And the fact, that my dad started this business, and I'm honored that you used his words, which were to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, and that's how he taught me to run this business, and that's how I've always done it. And thank you all for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
right, congratulations. And with that, we're going to turn to our appointments, which we have one today on our agenda. Is there a member of the public who wishes to pull appointments this morning? I'll bring it back to the dais.
Appointments.
I've got a motion from Alejo, second from Church. I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. Okay, with that, used a little chair's prerogative to put a special presentation on this morning, which is Life on Art. And so I'm going to invite our presenter this morning up into the booth to control the presentation. And I want to share his opening remarks that this was brought to us by two incredible South County residents who both reached out within minutes of each other to ask if this was something that we could give some attention within the chambers and specifically even here in the building. And so I want to thank Tony Virueta and Councilwoman Evarista Banuelos from the city of Soledad, who both reached out to highlight the importance of this program, because we know that incarceration has a purpose, and that is rehabilitation. And we invest in order to give people hope and bring them back from the experiences that they've had and shine a brighter light on the community that we all share. And so there's some incredible things happening, and I want to turn it over to our presenter, who's going to share with us some of that beauty that will soon be on display here in our building.
In this building and also at the post office in Soledad, and hopefully in your office too, Chair Lopez. I'm Tracy Farron. I founded an organization called Life on Art. We're based up in Petaluma in Sonoma County. But over the last 2 years, we've been offering a program called Heart Stories here at the Correctional Training Facility to the men incarcerated there. The power of art to transform and elevate and unite people is unparalleled. It really creates hope, it creates cohesion, and the possibility, the potential for change. To have someone be able to work with their hands and express themselves and create an opportunity to be known not as their number, not as their crime, but as a human is incredible. So I'd like to start, if the media could run just a very short film, you'll get some visuals and a real sense of this project that we've brought to your county.
Great.
Drum roll.
Well, one thing that I want people to know about me is I'm not what my crime was. You know, it's gonna be crime. I've been in and out of the system since I was 12.
I've been here 27 years on a drug offense. As I always told you, you'll never be anything. I was born a drug baby. I was 3 pounds, 3 ounces. A life of what we call hustling became easy to me because I had to feed my younger brother and sister.
I talk to her every day. She is the reason that I stay out of trouble, that I keep to myself, that I'm going to school. She's the reason that I'm working hard to better myself and just to grow.
So I founded Life on Art. Due to my family background, I grew up with 2 severely mentally ill brothers. One suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. And there was just such hopelessness and despair in that environment. My brother spent a lot of his my childhood in state psychiatric facilities and prisons. And so I know the stigma and just the hopelessness. And what do you do when you are facing an intractable problem? Something that doesn't seem like everywhere you turn, you're not able to do anything. Well, the solution that I found through my own personal healing through art was to bring people together, all kinds of people from all parts of society, to come together to create beauty, to share stories, and build big, beautiful pieces of art. And so I created Life on Art, and I'm going to show you some images. Let's see. There we go. Here are some images of bringing people together. A project that we did at Napa State Hospital called Unbound. Oh, Sorry about that. So this shows all kinds of different people coming together for a project called Unbound, which was to destigmatize mental illness. And so everyone is coming together. Whoops, sorry about that. Let's get back. Here you see this was 1,500 people who built nearly 800 papier-mâché winged hearts in a sculpture of collective liberation. The model is really simple. People come together, they share stories, they work with their hands, and through this process, they connect, they heal, and they uplift each other. The integration is really personal when someone works with their hands and enters that creative, timeless space. Magical things happen, things resolve, and when you bring people around the table and people with differences, you can find common ground and common humanity. And so we started the Heart Stories program, and we've run it at CTF over the last 2 years. And you'll be seeing the hearts that result from this program in your beautiful lobby starting tomorrow. My team has been working very hard to present them, and you can see. And what's so beautiful about the program is over 8 weeks, the program starts with a gift where a community member, a volunteer, makes a papier-mâché winged heart that is painted white, and it's presented with a journal and a set of colored pencils. So it starts with a handmade gift from a stranger. And then over 8 weeks, Life on Art comes down, and we present curricula exploring dream and story and color and metaphor. And over the 8 weeks, the men at CTF write and paint their heart stories. Here you see them. And so it's really about building bridges. We work with teens in healing workshops, and they make the hearts as well. And it's about all kinds of social integration. With our model, we work with seniors, we work in schools, and it's really about building a more compassionate and just world. Here you can see some of the work. And so I'm excited to talk to you today because we live up in Sonoma County. And so my team, we come down, it's a very long day, driving down, running the workshops and going back up. And we've been invited by Warden Borla to run the program on an ongoing basis. And really the only way that we can do that, we have a lot of support to run the program, but we need local facilitators, local volunteers, we need enthusiasts and cheerleaders. But the model really isn't just centered in prison on the incarcerated men. We were recently invited by San Quentin to develop an innovative program that's involving the correctional officers and the medical staff and their families, all working together to build beautiful art to really uplift the prison environment. And so this is part of the California model that you all know, and a focus on rehabilitation. And a society, a civilized nation, is really judged by how it treats those least fortunate and most challenged. And so this is a real opportunity to create a whole community effort towards uplift and unity and to bridge differences and amplify rehabilitation. And so I'd love to invite questions, but also a request of all of you to really connect me with 3 or 4 people who are movers and shakers, people who run nonprofits, working with youth, working with seniors. What we did with that big Unbound project was really to reach out and create all kinds of purpose and meaning by inviting people to be part of something much larger than themselves and something of meaning and beauty for the world. Thank you.
So much purpose, meaning, and connection. And so I'm just so excited that we're going to be able to present so many of those here, as well as in our office down in South County and in the post office in Soledad. I think that connection back to our community is so important. And so showing off this art in such a beautiful way is something that's meaningful to me. And I wanted to thank you for stepping out front, leading, and helping us make that connection and build this program over time here in Monterey County. I want to turn to my colleagues on the dais and see if there's any thoughts or comments. All right, Supervisor Alejo.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. Obviously, this work inside the walls and in our 2 prisons in Monterey County. Many don't realize we have CTF, California, the training facility, Soledad, Salinas Valley Prison. I think Soledad houses up to 3,400 prisoners. Salinas Valley up to 2,800 prisons. So this is over 6,000 inmates that live here within the boundaries of Monterey County. And I know these programs are, I would assume when you're spending so much time, these programs are really valuable. And it's, I think, a powerful, as you described it, a powerful way to reach these inmates and hopefully change their lives around through art, so that when they do get out, hopefully have learned from their past and can move forward with dignity and hope. To the California Admission Day exhibit just went down a little while ago. What do we anticipate to see tomorrow in the exhibit that will be in our lobby for the month of October?
Yes, so what we have is we have a number of, we've just built them display cases or stands on wheels that are covered in these hearts that were made by the men. And what's wonderful about the program is you don't just see the heart. We have a digital platform where you can go into the heart and see a portrait of the gentleman, and in a number of cases, a video of them sharing a song, a poem, something about their journey and their healing journey. And from my experience, these men, the men who do work on themselves in prison, are incredible men. They have a wisdom and a desire to be contributing members of society, to make amends, and their stories matter. And we can actually learn from their dedication to rehabilitation. And so you will see, I'm not sure how many of the display cases we will be able to actually show, but you will see dozens of these hearts and be able to explore their stories.
And these stories are from inmates in prisons within our county, or are they also from other parts of prisons from other parts of California?
Yeah, this exhibit was designed expressly with just men from CTF.
Okay, great. Thank you. I look forward to seeing that tomorrow. And thank you for sharing some of the work that you're doing in there and enlightening us about the programs that do take place within the walls. And hopefully the community will try to get the word out. The community come see this exhibit because I think it's a unique one that we don't often get exposure to, for sure. And so I think it'll be appreciated by our employees and members of the public. Thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. One question and one comment. The question is, how long will the exhibit be up? Because I do think it's an opportunity for us to bring folks from the district that you're looking to connect with to the exhibit and get them excited. So that was my question.
Absolutely. At this point, it's scheduled to be up for the month of October, and we're hoping to plan an evening event and really drive people to that evening event where hopefully we can have a speaker or two or screen a short film. One of the things I'd really love to do is connect with your different colleges and universities down here to work with them to really build up our ranks, because it takes a lot of manpower to go in and facilitate these programs. We need about 10 to 12 volunteers for each session. And so for us to embrace the opportunity and amplify the program, we're going to need local support.
And then my comment is, I'm not an expert in incarceration, but I'm relatively certain from just the statistics that the incarceration alone and the programs that are currently in our prisons may not do a complete job for countering recidivism. And I just wanted to comment that it's going to take, I would think, people like you and programs like you and efforts like this to support incarcerated individuals and ultimately support them staying out and not returning. And so, I appreciate that you've taken on this effort from your own past and decided to engage with this. And I think it's just only going to reap positive benefits for everyone. So I'm really happy that we'll have this opportunity here in Monterey County to showcase your work and support you, and just wanted to say thank you for the work you're doing, because it has a societal benefit that is going to support Monterey County in many, many ways.
Supervisor Askew.
Just want to say thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And to quote Paulette Clark, who was our former Arts Council Executive Director for many years, she used to always say, like, arts is the answer. Whatever the question, arts is the answer. And I reflect back on that so often, and I think you're speaking to that very point, arts being the answer in terms of healing, in terms of communication, in terms of community, in terms of bringing people together, in terms of building bridges between inside and outside, in terms of finding ways to connect with those the parts of you that are inside with the parts of you that you need to communicate outside. I mean, it's on so many levels, everything that I just listened to you talk about, and we can all find our own stories in ways that whether it's free form drawing, whether it's singing or dancing or sculpting. Art has this way of bringing people together that is so incredibly powerful, and you've found a way to capture that in a space that it's so desperately needed. And so thank you for bringing that into this community in a way that is healing and community building. And so we're grateful. And Chair Lopez, thank you for bringing this to us here in this space where we can give you a little bit more visibility. And like you said, the more people that come together to support and uplift, the healthier and stronger the residents are that need the support around them. And if art can be a part of that, what a brilliant way to be able to use art as the answer. So thank you.
Awesome. Supervisor Church.
Don't think there's a lot I can add that hasn't already been said, but I think it was a great program. I think we need to find unique individual ways to reach out to those that are incarcerated. Everybody gets touched in a different way and we're drawn in, and this is one of those programs that can reach out and pull that humanity back and give people an opportunity to express themselves and in ways that maybe they haven't been able to express through their lives. So it is a rehabilitation in that way. It is, and that's what a form of expression and an opportunity for people to be unique, which when you're in an incarcerated situation, you're not. You're in the same clothes, your cells. It's not very individual. So this is one of those things that gives that opportunity. And thank you for that work.
All right, let's open this up, see if there's any public input on this presentation. Please. I have 2 minutes.
How many minutes? 2?
2.
Okay, mi nombre es Rosa Espinosa y soy alias Chelena. Soy activista política desde los 4 años de edad.
My name is Rosa Espinosa. I've been an activist with my daughter who's 4 years old.
Yo nací oyendo voces, visiones y alucinaciones.
I was born and raised hearing and seeing hallucinations and hearing voices.
Yo lo creo poema. Todo el trauma de mis voces, visiones y alucinaciones, yo lo compongo en poesía.
All the trauma that I experience, the voices that I hear, I have turned all this into poems.
This book fue creado en el Natividad Hospital, Living in Infinity and Eternity. Indivisibles, proezas, significa nada me divide de Dios. Es una flor lily. Lily significa yo soy sobreviviente de esclavitud sexual aquí dentro de los Estados Unidos. Me escapé aquí en
book I got, señora,
Sí.
This book I received at Natividad Medical Hospital, and the book has to do with poems. And I turned this because I was sexually abused, and I used these poems as a relief.
Como sobreviviente de esclavitud sexual, pueden ver una Lili aquí. Mi nombre de prostituta fue Liliana, Lili. Los 3 colibríes son mis hijos, Carlos Alexander Castro Espinosa, Daniel Hernández Espinosa y Nathan Yair Hernández Espinosa.
This book has to do with my experience in sexual slavery. And this hummingbird in the cover represents my 3 sons whose names I described.
los cuales fueron separados de mí de la manera más cruel y arbitraria por parte del gobierno estadounidense.
My children were taken away from me in the most cruel form from the United States government.
La foto que ven aquí fue julio 12 del 2017 cuando me entregaron el apartamento de low income housing.
That photo that you see here was taken on July 12 of 2017 when I was given housing for an apartment.
Mi ex esposo me puso al amante en mi propia casa.
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Mi ex esposo Francisco Hernández me puso al amante en mi propia casa.
My ex-husband Francisco Hernandez put his lover inside my own house.
Yo sufría violencia doméstica
I suffer from domestic violence,
y la que fue puesta en la cárcel fui yo.
and the one who ended up doing prison time was myself.
Esta foto representa cuando yo me pude bañar porque me botó a la calle,
This photo represents when I was able to take a shower because he threw me out on the street,
cuando pude disfrutar un techo para dormir y comer.
when I could enjoy a roof over my head to enjoy sleeping and eating.
Fui homeless aproximadamente 8 años,
I was under this pressure for about 8 years,
los cuales invertí en la educación.
which I invested into education.
Me gradué en mayo 2 del 2020 del Colegio Harnell
I graduated May 2nd of the year 2020 from
en
Harnell
Business
College.
Science. Si usted necesita un voluntario, puede tomar mi nombre, mis datos personales y con mucho gusto yo le apoyo a cómo que las personas no caigan en la cárcel porque es el infierno más cruel que puedan haberse imaginado y que los jueces también son cómplices a veces de sentenciar a personas inocentes.
If you need a volunteer, you can count with me. I will give you my contact information because I experienced the cruelty of the judges.
Ya sé quién es usted, Supervisor Church. Incluso estuve orando por usted.
And I'm also praying for you, Supervisor Church,
Incluso estuve orando por usted.
including praise for you.
Dios les bendiga y que Dios les dé la luz para poder dirigir una nación.
God bless you and God give you light so you can charge in steering this nation.
Y pido por favor que ya dejen de estarme atacando. Yo solamente soy una poeta.
I'm just a simple poet.
No me persigan como criminal. No tengo mente criminal. Soy incapaz de matar hasta una cucaracha.
Do not judge me as a criminal because I'm incapable of killing someone. I'm even incapable of killing a cockroach.
Ni ratas ni nada.
Gracias. All right, I'm going to go to Catherine next on Zoom. I see Catherine's hand up.
Hi, good morning. I wasn't able to unmute myself. I just wanted to speak on this. I'm sorry I don't remember the presenter's name, but I'm an impactful grandmother, and I struggled with my daughter, was addicted to heroin for 13 years, delivered a child born addicted. CPS committed perjury and fraud to deny me placement of him in 2012. The social worker lied to the court. She was later sued in 2021 and fired, Linda Castillo, yet no charges were brought against her. I want to add into the fact that my daughter is now 3 years sober, and she works for what's called Amity.com, and she is now giving back, and she's actually working in the prison system. And she's working directly with the inmates who are getting ready to re-enter society. And she's counseling them on drugs. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. She's giving back. And I am an activist now. I help children and families fighting this very corrupt child protective agency. I help them, with educating, giving them examples of motions they can file. And then we're a very nationwide advocacy group that is working on defunding this agency because they are federally incentivized with Social Security federal funds. They need to be investigated for fraud, waste, and abuse. Like the lady that was just speaking, I don't know if she got her children back, but it's a very bad agency that has way too much power. And then back to the prison system. I absolutely love what you're doing. In fact, I have CPTSD, and I would really benefit personally from a program like yours because I'm an impacted grandmother. So thank you for what you're doing. And if you need my help, I'm here.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to go to Eva next. Eva is our councilwoman from the city of Soledad who helped make this possible by creating connection. So Eva, will give you the floor now. Did she drop her hand on accident? There it is.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Chair, Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for Tracy as well. Tracy, for that presentation for Life and Art. This is exciting for it to be here in Monterey County, 3 locations, hopefully 3 locations, but if not, 2 locations is great. And you had mentioned, Tracy, that, and the board, if the display is going to be for about a month. We were hoping maybe to the end of the year, so that way everyone in Monterey County can have this opportunity to come and see the remarkable displays here at your chamber area in Soledad and also in your office, Supervisor Lopez in King City. But we don't know. But again, this is a great platform. I just wanted to say thank you so much for supporting this, and also the Civics Advisory Committee, also for CTF and Salinas Valley. I'm part of that committee as well. So I'm going to go and share this with them to, continue to support. And all these programs that are in the prison system, these are remarkable because I too was a self-help sponsor at both prison systems, and you get to know these inmates, as humans. Yes, they're there for a reason, but, growth, integrity, and then just, being behind bars, it's not about that. It's more so, it's the hope, the building of a better individual. So I just want to say thank you for this opportunity, and I am excited to go see that tomorrow in Salinas and in Soledad. So Tracy, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach me. Thank you.
Thank you, Evarista. All right, I don't see any other hands up at this time, so I just want to one more time say the email is tracy@lifeonart.org. Again, tracy@lifeonart.org. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, proceeding with our agenda, we've got our consent calendar. Item 14, is there a member of this body who wishes to remove an item from consent? Yes. Yeah, so 23 through 36. No, we're Board of Soups.
I just wanted to comment on the it would be item 34 is the comment.
So 34, any others?
Full agenda with a comment.
You move the full agenda with a comment. Okay. Any other items from the dais? We'll go out to the public, see if there's any members of the public who wish to remove an item from consent. I see Eva's hand up, but I think that's a leftover, so we'll leave that one. Anybody in room? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back and go to Supervisor Askew, who has a motion, but to comment on 34. I've got a motion and a second.
And a second. Okay, perfect. So it's a motion and second from the full agenda with a comment on 34. 34 is a item that was it's our assignment and assumption agreement for the mixed-use town center development with Phase 3 affordable rental housing at East Garrison. And this was an item that was slated to come to the board in early August. I just want to say thank you to the CEO for alerting our office. We were able to work with the county staff from HCD to get a presentation scheduled to the residents of East Garrison in September. I think that was a really important opportunity for the East Garrison Community Services Advisory District meeting to hear from staff we do have a thriving community of residents in East Garrison who are deeply invested in the successful and expeditious build out of their community. There are a number of issues that we're looking to work through, including a parking study that is adjacent, that is running in parallel and adjacent to the build out of the affordable housing and the town center. And we didn't want any of those issues to get confused with one another. So by allowing us to keep everyone informed of the parallel path that each of these items is moving forward on, I think it's going to allow us to all move forward successfully. And so I just want to tell staff, thank you so much for working with the residents and keeping everyone informed along the way. It may seem perfunctory, but to the residents, it really is very important that we are continuing to keep everyone informed and also ensuring that all conditions of compliance for the revised Phase 3 project are being met. So taking the step to just slow down for a moment, meet with everyone, and ensure that all of those conditions are being met as promised is very important. And to our folks from Chispa, we're so thrilled to have you on board again and really excited to have this additional low-income housing being built in District 4 and look forward to continuing the partnership with you. So anything that you need as we move forward, we are on board and look forward to continuing the relationship and partnership. So thank you for being our partners, and we're here for you as we move forward. So thank you. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to make comment.
Yeah, so we've got a motion and a second with those comments at 34. Any additional conversation from the dais? Seeing none, I'll ask all those in favor to say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we've concluded our consent calendar. We'll now open general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this body. We'll allow 2 minutes per speaker. Invite folks forward to the microphone in room first. Folks via Zoom can use the raise hand function or *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll start at the dais.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Omar Dieguez. I am a resident of Watsonville, Santa Cruz County, and today marks the final day of my hunger strike. I have been fasting for the past 30 days to bring attention to the poisoning of my community by pesticides and to push Big Ag to convert to organic farming in their fields near schools, near children, near our future. Others have fasted with me, including Providencia, who is also here. And the inspiration for my protest, our protest, is one of the greatest heroes, Cesar Chavez. After his last hunger strike against pesticides in 1988, Cesar Chavez said, "In the old days, miners would carry birds with them to warn them against the poisons of gas. Hopefully, the birds would die before the miners. Farm workers are society's canaries today. Farm workers and their children demonstrate the effects of pesticides before anyone else." In doing this hunger strike, being able to go to different schools to present to the students, different platforms to present to the community on the harms of pesticides being sprayed near our schools in the Pajaro Valley, 3 of them which are in Monterey County. I've been able to give these presentations and to share a tear with some of these students after these presentations. I've heard so many stories. I've seen the scars from the pesticides. I've heard the stories. And to be able to sit with these children after these presentations and just to share a tear with them, and to hear what they're dealing with, it's been very inspiring. So I come here today to ask, what can you guys do to help the stop spraying the pesticides near our schools?
Thank you. Next.
Quizás se pregunten por qué vuelvo a dar mi public comment.
Maybe you're wondering why I'm here again giving public comment.
En mayo de 1998,
In May of 1998,
estaba yo embarazada de mi hijo Daniel Hernández Espinosa.
I was pregnant with my son, Daniel Hernández Espinosa.
Trabajaba para Sandoval Brothers de Soledad.
I worked for a company in Soledad.
Soledad Brothers,
Soledad Brothers,
de Soledad.
from Soledad.
Yo trabajé 8 años en la agricultura.
I worked for 8 years in agriculture.
Después de escaparme del proceso de esclavitud sexual,
After I escaped from the sexual slavery process,
trabajé el desaje, la limpia, el trasplante,
I worked in a transplant in Whiting.
el brócoli, la lechuga romaine, la lechuga bola.
I worked with the broccoli, iceberg, and romaine lettuces.
Y cuando estaba trabajando en el desaje,
And when I was working in the thinning,
entró una avioneta violando el letrero de que no podía fumigar.
a spray plane came over and sprayed, violating the no posting signs.
Y nos sprayó como si fuéramos peor que ratas, que cucarachas.
And we got sprayed as if we were rats or cockroaches.
Estando yo embarazada,
While I was being pregnant,
yo sufrí las consecuencias del pesticida
I suffered the pesticide consequences,
y mi hijo también.
as well as my son.
Fuimos trasladados de emergencia
We were translated to the emergency room
con el doctor Jacob,
with Dr. Jacob,
que era mi doctor de cabecera.
who was my family doctor then.
Yo soy víctima y sobrevivencia de pesticidas, de la crueldad que ustedes como gobierno no lo ignoran, pero tratan de poner oídos sordos.
I'm a survivor of the pesticide fate,
No tratan de poner oídos sordos, es que se hacen los sordos.
and it's not that U.S. government representatives have a
Ven las
deaf ear to it.
consecuencias,
It's that you are deaf.
oyen las historias, pero no actúan.
You hear the stories, but you don't act on them.
Es como si un cojo caminara con un bastón.
It's as if a lame person would walk with crutches.
¿Cómo vamos a hacer productiva una nación
How are we going to make a nation productive
si están exponiendo a los inmigrantes como criminales,
if you're exposing the immigrants as criminals,
cuando ustedes realmente los están exponiendo a morir en los files de agricultura?
since you're exposing us as well in the agricultural fields,
A inclemencias del sol, la lluvia,
working under weather conditions such as high sun and rain.
Si eres madre o padre, pregúntate a qué horas dejamos nuestros hijos para que nos los cuiden.
If you're a mother or a father, ask yourself, how do you leave your children to somebody take care of them
A las 3 de la mañana
at 3 o'clock in the morning?
tenemos que levantarnos a hacer lonche y llevarlos a las baby cities,
We have to get up at that time to make lunch and take them to the babysitter,
donde son expuestos para ser violados o abusados también nuestros hijos.
where children can be exposed to sexual abuse.
¿Qué garantía le das entonces a los inmigrantes que ellos dan la vida por poner en tu mesa los vegetales, las frutas, todo lo que ustedes necesitan de producción de la tierra?
What warranties do you give immigrants who pick the crops that put them on your table and bring them from the earth?
La tierra no te está cobrando un solo centavo porque vives de gratis.
The earth is not charging anything because earth lives free,
Y la estás destruyendo con pesticidas.
and we're destroying it with pesticides.
Gracias.
Otro sistema de muerte.
All right. Let's see. Anybody else in the room? Please come forward.
Thank you very much for the time. My name is Christian Thornley. I work for WM. I'm here representing WM. I wanted to, in an effort to keep you all updated with what we're doing in the community and some activities that we've done, report to you that today's the last day of the quarter, so report to you what we've done for the last 3 months. Cleanup events, obviously, very effective in keeping illegal dumping off the side of the streets. In Castroville, we had an event on July 12th. We collected over 23 tons of materials. 48.7% were diverted away from the landfill. This year, we've made a really nice effort in promoting these events, and we've had a lot of a lot more people than we've had in the past. So it's been really effective. Just to give you an idea, 23.22 tons collected this year, 10.79 last year. So it was a big event. San Ardo, we had an event in August. 16.04 tons were collected, with 59% being diverted away from the landfill. And Prunedale, we had an event just a couple weeks ago, where 21.96 tons were collected and 41% diverted away from the landfill. It's been a really, really busy year for those events. We've still got 2 left this year, one in King City on November 1st and one in Pajaro on November 8th. So hopefully everybody can make it out to those. Just quickly, with the school year starting, we've been in a lot of schools. We've been working with Regen and Salinas Valley Recycles, and been in a few of the schools already. I know my 2 minutes is up, but I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, good morning, supervisors. So I'm Eloise Shim, and I'm Salinas resident. And I just wanted to say that I went to the Monterey County Historic thing. I don't know where it's the historic festival on the weekend. And I heard that Supervisor Church donated $50,000 to put a roof on the veranda adobe, which I just wanted to commend him for being very generous. I know all of you have to be generous with your time, but he was really generous with his resources. And in Salinas, I'm really just hoping that, things like, I heard on the news that there's a lot of garbage. I hope that gets remediated soon. Garbage on the streets, and I've been noticing more urban campers. So there's a lot of resources here in Salinas, Supervisor Alejo, and I think you need to step up and make sure that Salinas gets some more work done in a positive way. Thank you.
All right, I've got 2 folks online right now, so I'm going to go with the phone number ending at, it looks like 705. First, we'll give you the ability to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes. 705.
Hello? Yes, good morning, supervisors. I commend and hug a million times that man who fasted for the pesticides that are killing all of us. And it's really important, supervisors, because you're eating this too, that we stop this. The chemical industry is one of the more powerful industries, lobbying all the time the necessity of this. But the organic farmers are proving that that's not necessarily needed. Secondly, I sent an email to Supervisor, excuse me, I'm having a mind blank all of a sudden, anyway, one of the supervisors, to please somehow get all of you to do a resolution that would make the battery companies and Elon Musk and our federal government responsible, and to pay the farmers for the harm that this battery fire has started. Now, I know that's impossible in this world, but I just want to prove to people that it's something that if we were a kinder, better government and world, this would already have happened. And Elon Musk would have stepped up and said, I'm part of this technology, and I'm definitely going to donate about $3 billion for your families to survive for the next 100 years for the chemical and metal distribution of these toxic battery fires. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Catherine next. Catherine, I see your hand up. We'll give you the floor. You have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Hi again, thank you. I just want to speak out against the anti-transparency culture within our Board of Supervisors. And, you know, you guys talk a lot about being open, but you continue to bury contracts. You continue to protect insiders and obstruct public records. For example, the lawsuit where Linda Castillo was sued for removing another child by lying. And the family was a retired cop and he sued. Why I am not allowed to get the amount of that settlement? It's public record. You guys approved that lawsuit. It should be available to the public how much was paid. The reason all this is important is you guys are also getting ready to work or approve their budget for every year. I would like to know in writing. I've written you guys, I haven't gotten a response. I would like to know in writing what in say 2024 was the budget for Child Protective Services in Monterey County. I would like to know why there was not indictments against Linda Castillo and the director of Monterey County CPS, because if she lied on me to take my grandson, then she lied to take that man's child. How many more cases did she lie on? It needs to be investigated. That agency needs to be investigated. They can take hearsay allegations, no prosecution by the DA. If they're alleging child neglect and criminal abuse, why aren't the cases going before the DA for prosecution? CPS is working as its own law enforcement agency, and it needs to stop.
All right, we're going to go to phone number 902 next, 902. Give you the ability to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. This is Nina Beatty. I request again that the board put ceremonial resolutions on the consent agenda as other county boards do. The resolutions make the business meetings long and late. At a recent meeting, a large number of resolutions in the morning made the board 45 minutes late coming back from lunch and leaving the public waiting for the Moss Landing fire update, which is a critical public health issue. And due to the lateness which created time constraints, the chair only allowed 2 minutes of public comment on the county and EPA's response, and this is just completely inappropriate. So please discontinue the present practice. Please put ceremonial resolutions on the consent agenda. And quiero decir a los dos personas primeras quien comentaron, I want to tell the first two public commenters, escuché, I heard you. Lo siento, I'm very sorry for what you have suffered. What you, board, have heard during public comments are issues of great importance of public health and welfare. You must pay attention to them. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Stephen K next. Stephen K.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Steve K. I live at Wildcat on Highway 1 on the way to Big Sur. I just wanted to stop by this morning to address an ongoing issue. As you are probably aware, Caltrans is currently grappling with a redesign of the railing along Garapata Bridge on the way down to Big Sur. They're having some issues with a small group of local activists who are upset with the aesthetic decisions they're making. This group is represented by a committee known as Big Sur Byways. They had a meeting last week, which I sat in on and heard a presentation from an individual at Caltrans. The current plan is to adopt a railing design from the state of Texas and bring it to California. This is a really anemic railing that's going to require lowering the speed limit along not only the bridge, but a large section of road stretching from Old Coast Road near Bixby Bridge all the way to Garapata State Park. The proposal is going to lower the speed limit anywhere between 40 and 45 miles per hour, down from 55. As you know, to accomplish this, Caltrans was required to do an engineering and traffic survey, which they conducted recently. The problem is that they did this at the same time as speed limit reductions were in place for safety and construction zones. The speed limit is really confusing right now, and the findings that they found are going to allow them to lower that speed limit. So it's my understanding that when the speed limit is lowered, sometimes a public hearing or a public public hearing is conducted, and sometimes it's not. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to formally request that we have a robust public hearing with the ability to have the public comment. It's going to affect a lot of people.
Thank you.
I think,
we're over time. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Michelle Clary next. Michelle?
Yeah, good morning. Just wanted to bring up, again, over in our area, I'm off of San Miguel Road. We're on the G12. With Santa Cruz County putting in, 4,500 new units of housing, you can already see the impact on Highway 1, on Highway 17. And then, of course, now we're already seeing backup of traffic with everyone returning to work off of Salinas Road, all the way down through Warner, all the way through San Miguel Canyon. This road is a major thoroughfare between Salinas, even San Benito on 156. Everybody coming through to one. One is bumper to bumper. I'm hoping this Board of Supervisors can really try to figure out how we can deal with all this new housing, with everybody returning back to work after COVID, and how those of us in these smaller communities can live with these large impacts of traffic coming through. It's like there's no movement. Even people just coming up through Pajaro trying to go through, it's really bad. I know you guys have marks for all these new roundabouts going in, but what's going on with these projects? What are we doing? Is there anything that can be done through one so that people can just keep on one versus cutting through all these neighborhoods? You guys are going to be doing stuff with the Castroville, the 156 going through Castroville. That's going to impact this traffic. We really need to see, we really need your help to understand what's going to be this impact to our communities as these projects move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, I don't see any other hands up. Nobody coming forward in the room, so we'll close general public comment at this point and recess the Board of Supervisors and call to order the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the County of Monterey. With that, let the record reflect that all directors are present. I'll turn to the clerk to see if we have any additions or corrections to this agenda.
There are none.
All right, we'll open general public comment on the successor agency to the redevelopment agency agenda. I see no one coming forward, no hands up via Zoom. We'll close the public comment. We have one item on consent. Item 1, is there?
I'd just like to make a motion.
Yeah, Supervisor Askew.
Just to make a motion.
Got a second from Supervisor Church. Any additional comments or questions? We'll go to the public. Any comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. I've got a motion from Supervisor Askew, a second from Supervisor Church. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. With that, we'll adjourn and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. Reconvening the Board of Supervisors, let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. We have a referral response at this point from Director Ishii of our Public Works Facilities and Parks Department.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks, and we are bringing the preliminary analysis report to board referral number 2025.09, the Anza National Historic Trail Auto Tour signs. Staff has a brief presentation, and in the interest of time, staff is going to move through the presentation with celerity. And this is the brief overview of the presentation. We'll talk about the background, the process, challenges, and recommendations and options. So by way of brief background, as noted in the board report as well as on the slide, the board referral requests staff to partner with the National Park Service to facilitate the replacement of 14 official National Historic Trail auto tour signs on roads along the Juan Bautista de Anza National Historic Trail. And 25 years after the installation of the signs across the auto tour route in California, the National Park Service is partnering with land managers where existing and formerly existing auto tour signs are located. And these signs exist in districts 3, 5, and 2, with 11 signs in District 3, 1 sign in District 5, and 2 signs in District 2. In brief, the map provided to the county by the National Park Service is shown on this slide here, and it shows 7 different map sheet indexes which show where the signs would be approximately located. So in terms of process, if the county is agreeable to this proposal, the county is to then sign, execute the letter of intent with the National Park Service, and then at that point, staff would be able to work with the National Park Service staff and review the locations in a little greater detail from the sign management plan, which in turn would require following all local regulations, state regulations, and federal standards, and to do other things such as call the underground service alert, also known as 811, and then staff could commence installation of the signage. In terms of resources required, as noted in the board report, the costs are primarily going to be staff time as well as signage material costs. And although the costs are not fully determined at this time, in a very brief review by staff in terms of travel distance, time, and possible materials needed, it is estimated that approximately $15,000 here again of county staff time, and county sign materials, and county sign hardware may be necessary. And because these signs are state approved, California manual uniform traffic control device approved signage, and these signs are located in the county road right of way, these are eligible expenses for county road fund usage. And under brief review of our annual work program for road fund, staff believes that we can absorb these costs as part of our standard activities through our county Crew 305 traffic sign shop. In terms of schedule, staff plans to provide an update to the board by December 31st, 2025, with anticipation that staff would have made progress with the National Park Service at that point in time. And again, no significant challenges have been identified at this point in time, as noted in the report. This slide shows in brief what the sign looks like in terms of its dimensions. There was a representative of the National Park Service here earlier today that mentioned that the signs have changed based on the new standards. So this exhibit is taken directly from the new sign template, which will be used. So in terms of recommendations and options, staff recommends that the board receive the preliminary analysis report and direct staff to proceed with completion of its response, which here again is the recommendation to execute the letter of intent and work with the National Park Service staff and then follow the protocols for installation of the signage, or to direct staff to either do one of the other 2 things, or to rescind the referral, or to provide further direction as appropriate. And with that concludes staff's presentation. We open up for questions or comments, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. We'll go to the public first, if the board's okay with that. See if there's any public input on this. I see no one in room. I see one hand up via Zoom. Last 3, 902. We'll give you the floor, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I am appalled that this is coming to the county. I'm opposed to partnering with National Park Service in this. I could not believe the ignorance of the representative who spoke during the ceremonial resolution on this. And I opposed to spending any money or staff time celebrating what was the Spanish invasion and the predatory actions in what is now California. I'm really disappointed in the county and in Supervisor Lopez for bringing this forward. Those on the board and county staff who are Native American, your families were impacted and damaged by the Spanish, and the religious leaders who tricked and imprisoned the people in your cultures into the missions. The Native people are still recovering from the trauma that happened there. And Anza, it was not his trail. It was the trail of the Native people of California that he found and he used to spread Spanish influence and Spanish dominion throughout California. What he did in San Francisco, the Muwekma Ohlone lived in San Francisco, but no, he had to establish a fort for the Spanish there and cause all kinds of damage to the people there, as well as up and down California. The National Park Service representative, I couldn't believe the ignorance in what she said, not understanding the impacts of what the Spanish did to Native Americans in California. I thought they were better informed. Cross of Thorns by Pulitzer nominee Elias Castillo has laid out from diaries and going down to Mexico and the archives of what happened here in Carmel and in Monterey, the rape, the killing, the imprisonment in the missions, the destruction to culture, and the attitude of, well, we're just saving souls, and that's the only thing that's important by Junipero Serra. The county doesn't seem to have budged from its historic approval of these predatory
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We're at time.
Spanish and then the American.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We're at time. All right. So at this point, I don't see any other hands up via Zoom. Nobody coming forward in room. We'll bring it back. And I do want to share that I do not disagree with Ms. Beatty's initial comments there. And that was an important piece to me in acknowledging that past. We've heard folks stand in this room in the past and say, the trail and Mr. Anza were completely peaceful. But in finding that reckoning and talking to Estrella from the National Park Service, she was able to dig into some of those journals and was able to confirm that it was not peaceful, that there was all these other things that happened around this particular time, effort, and this particular expedition. But to me, it's a point that we don't wash over the history. You have to call it out. And these signs used to exist in my district. Over time, they've disappeared. Obviously, you see 11 of those. It's why she approached me with the request. And so having them up allows me to have discussions with my children and children in my community and talk about that past that has led to who I am as a person, that's led to the history of my family. And so for that reason, I am supportive. But I'll open it up to my colleagues to see if there's any additional comments or questions. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm supportive of it. I think as a fan of, as an ethnic studies major and a fan of local history, I think these are the conversations we should be having, right? Not to say, act like, let's put this history in some box where we're no longer talking about it and we don't educate our younger generations and go, we have to talk about the beautiful and the most challenging times of our state's history. A lot of that that took place here locally, but I think there needs to be those opportunities for the public to learn about it. Because these are the stories not often told in the history books. I think if you look at a United States history class in high school today, it's still not where it should be. But out in the public, in our parks and out in our community, I want to encourage the critical thinking to look at all sides of history and for our young people to have those opportunities with the signage and with the online tools that are there. That make them available for learning moments rather than let's try to erase what we don't like about history. I don't think that's what what the appreciation of history is all about. Here in our county, we have some amazing, beautiful sites. We just talked about Rancho Adobe. That was a period in our state's history that's not often talked about, but I'm glad we preserved it. But in those periods, there were very difficult challenges, times of transition, times where people were displaced, not only tribes, but later it was the Californios when settlers came in this area. But I'm not going to say let's not talk about those difficult transition periods in our state's history. We should be thinking about it and encouraging our public to learn more about it, but also provide the more balanced view of history, right? And so let's be more accurate how we tell a story so that the different points of view are available for the public to learn from. And I think that's what this is aiming to do. We're seeing more of it today than ever in California. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
I appreciate the conversation that's happening at this dais right now. And as a mom of a 13-year-old, I can tell you the conversations that happen in our house, and they're not always easy. And I will say that there's I think probably more resources now than there ever have been for parents, for teachers, for educators, and for community members who want to be able to be self-informed so that we can engage in conversations with our kids and ourselves. And it's not just the conversations that me and my son are having, it's the conversations that me and my mom are having, and about the history, about our own history coming to this country, and what that looks like and what that means and how we fit into this space. And so I am supportive of this request, and I think it fits into a larger it is the context that matters, and it's how we talk about it and how the opportunity that it gives us to engage in the conversation. And I think that within that context, I'm supportive. So yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Daniels.
So one question I have for staff is this it? This is the entire sign that will be present at each of these locations without any other interpretation, or is there something else that goes along with each of these signs?
Thank you very much for the question, Supervisor Daniels. Generally speaking, what you see in that sign template from the presentation is generally what many of the signs would look like. And when you go to the attachment B, the sign management plan, as well as one of the other attachments, it also includes some other more detail to the sign, which generally speaking consists of the directional arrow, which would point someone to the direction of where the trail would go because of the alignment of the roadway. And so a member of the public who's driving along the road would know better where the trail would be. But here again, generally speaking, what you have shown from the presentation is generally what the signs would look like.
So the question and thoughts that I have is that, as we know, this trail existed well before the Spanish colonists. And so without any interpretation, we miss a huge opportunity to include what is included on the dais at each one of our seats right now, which is a travel guide to tribes along the Juan Bautista de Anza National Historic Trail that was created by the American Indian Alaska Native Tourism Association. And I just am curious why we're not, on the one hand, if a trail existed prior to this expedition, and we want to make sure that we're taking the opportunity to talk about all aspects of our history, good and bad, as an educational opportunity. I am curious why we're continuing to have it be one period's name and not another name that references an entire period prior to this use of the trail, since it existed in the past prior to Juan Bautista de Anza. But the other part is if for many different reasons we might just be needing to move forward with this template and this this work that the National Park Service has been engaged in, why not use the opportunity to at minimum just have a QR code that links to all the work that was done in this book, so folks actually have the opportunity to understand the people and the place that they're at that existed prior to Juan Bautista de Anza, or the whole story of this expedition and this colonization. I mean, it seems like all that work has already been done by both the National Park Service and Ayanta. So why not have the simple addition of a QR code so people could potentially have the opportunity to become educated and not just reinforce one period by using one name of a trail user?
Could we add that based on the vehicle code as a small square below the signs that are being provided by the National Park Service? Is that something we could produce in-house and attach, or would that violate the vehicle code?
Excellent points and questions, Supervisor Daniels, and excellent points, Chair Lopez. This is a conversation that staff can certainly have with the National Park Service as it comes to further education and the greater breadth of which is involved with not only this trail, but its past history. But not knowing all the details that went into the development of the state's approval of these signs, what staff can say by staff's own experience, knowledge, skills, and training is that any of the adopted signs that are considered legal and official for use have gone through a vetting committee that evaluates what a motorist would see and takes it from the perspective, what's the minimum information that can be provided given that a motorist is traveling at the speeds safe at that point in time to drive along that roadway, and they can only process so much information at that point in time. So we can ask about the QR code, but generally speaking, the approval of the sign as it exists today is what is being promoted by the National Park Service and what can legally be applied in the roadway.
So if I can just follow up, so this is an auto tour. So are these only seen by motorists traveling at a high speed as they drive by. This isn't something that you would see when you stop and get out of your car.
Our understanding is that these signs are meant to guide a motorist. These are not the visitor information sites, which, as we understand it, National Park Service is having a broader conversation about some locations that would serve as information hubs to learn more about the trail and to have that experience. But however, for public safety, it is not safe for people to pull over the side of the road and try to garner that information in a spot along a county roadway.
That's helpful, but I really do think then there is, and hopefully it's already happening. I can't imagine I'm the only person asking this question, but it says here a list of entities, including the National Park Service, Visit California, Visit Arizona, and our tribal partners have created this guide. This is from Ayanta. And so I just hope that every opportunity is being explored to share actual history. And I imagine, and Supervisor Lopez, you can probably articulate this from your experience better, but what kind of engagement have local tribes had with this process? Are they supportive? And can you just share a little bit more about this from that perspective so I feel more comfortable supporting?
So I really wish Estrella was on. We've checked to see if she's joined us via Zoom. She's the representative who was here earlier, and I know that there's been engagement. I didn't ask the question about local tribes. I did ask about tribal, which is, I think, why we got this particular piece up here on the dais today, and that engagement has happened again, that reckoning right around the reality of that time period so that it's not glossed over, as we've heard just even in our recent past here in Monterey was my focus and my questioning when the ask was brought to me. And it was that conversation that led me to that comfort point, but I did not ask about local. I did ask about overall connections, and that's, I believe, why we have this joint piece that's in front of us.
Last thing I'll say is perhaps this can be made available somehow online, a link to it, so we can make sure that folks in the public have an opportunity to read through this as well.
Absolutely. And maybe somebody will do a guerrilla signage project and print a QR code and slap it on these. I'm just saying. I mean, sorry, Randy, didn't mean to encourage any bad behavior out there. But with that, I'm going to go to Supervisor Church.
Now we'll know what Supervisor Lopez is doing in the evenings. So I strongly support this, I think, for all the reasons that we've raised out of here. I mean, history needs to be embraced and understood in its totality. To ignore what is wrong, what is ugly, and only to embrace what is good and what is beautiful is a Pollyannish fairy tale perspective, and we'll never learn anything from it. It's in life we generally don't learn when we do the right thing and we build something or do something that is successful. We learn from mistakes. They just look around at inventors. I mean, they fail until they find the right thing. That's really what it is with history too. And we when you look and realize all through civilization there's good and there's bad, and this gives the opportunity to understand what has been done wrong, so we can do what is right. And I think there's overall a general arc of improvement in society if you look back to ways that there used to be from some of the horrendous things that have happened. And of course, many of those horrendous things happen today, and we sure have to be aware of those. So it's fully support this as an opportunity to learn and to grow for us as a people.
Thank you. And I was reminded by my staff that we did participate in a nationwide collaborative of over a year ago in preparation for this, and in attendance were several tribes from throughout the nation. Again, not saying that we confirmed local, but there was a ton of input on that side, given the point that we're at in history and the administration that was under, which was over a year ago.
Mr. Chair, I would just add, looking at the website, I mean, it's interesting what is available online by the parks. They have maps available, and it has like the historic trail, the recreation trail, the auto tour, which is a self-guided tour. But they even had one, expedition campsites, visitor facilities, but then there's indigenous lands. I think this is a more recent one, but just looking at it from the indigenous people's perspective, it lets you know around the trail all the different tribes that touch the trail. And in our area, of course, the Shalone, the Esalen, the Rumsen, the Awaswas, going into Santa Cruz County, they're all listed there. So there are some tools that have been added that at one point did not exist, and it's progress. And certainly when you're dealing with federal parks, changing something is changing something is a very bureaucratic process, but nonetheless, to have these enhancements to what's available as tools to the public is something that is notable.
Given that and the fact that it was my referral, I would make a motion that we proceed with executing this referral as outlined by staff as option 1 on the final slide. I've got a motion and a second. I will ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. With that, we're going to recess for lunch, and we will into closed session, and we'll be back here in chambers at 1:30. Joining us shortly. At this time, I'm going to ask Diego Celis to give us the announcement of the interpreter.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
All right, with that, we're going to send it. I think Sonia's given us an introduction to the power box available below. Who's going to give us an overview of federal impacts?
Yes, we have a team here today that's going to speak to HR 1 and what the implications or the impact of that, the passing of that measure will have on the county. So we've preliminarily asked Natividad, the Health Department and Social Services to give us information, and we've also started with our Human Resources Department to have communication with our labor groups as well, so that they are helping inform us as to potential impacts that we're not seeing and that we want to be prepared for. So today we do have Roderick with the Social Services Department. He is the director. And Elsa with the Health Department, and then Dr. Harris from Natividad, who will take us through a tour of sorts of timeline that we're looking at, but also potential implications going forward. It is still something that is being reviewed federally, but we wanted to at least start the conversation so that there's a little bit of perspective that's individual to the county of Monterey. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lopez, Administrator De La Rosa, members of the board, administration, and of course the members of the public. Roderick Franks, the Director of Social Services, and I have the honor to kind of kick things off this afternoon. It's our hope to provide you all with a high-level overview of some of the policy and impacts we're anticipating here locally regarding the passage of H.R. 1, which was the reconciliation bill that was passed by the federal government on July 4th. I would like to preface all of our comments with indicating that this is still an evolving environment, and so the information we're providing today is the best available that we have at this point. But new information and guidance from the federal government is coming on a continual basis, which may shift some of the things that you may hear today. The slide that you can see now is just a timeline of some of the impacts regarding the Medi-Cal program and CalFresh program that are impacted not only by the passage of H.R. 1, but also by the passage of the current California state budget. So I'd like to point out that some of the impacts are happening as soon as January 1st, 2026. At that time, we'll see the reinstatement of the Medi-Cal asset test. That means that certain enrollees in Medi-Cal will be subject to an asset limit of $130,000, not inclusive of a primary residence or their first car. While the asset test has been used before, it has not been used during the time of the pandemic when we were not providing redeterminations for Medi-Cal. But since the unwinding of the pandemic and the reinstatement of providing redeterminations and the removal of a specific waiver for the state of California on the asset test, we will now be reinstating the asset test. We're also looking at a significant involvement due to the state budget on a freeze of the population identified as unsatisfactory immigration status. Those are the undocumented persons that had been eligible for full scope Medi-Cal that will no longer be eligible to apply. Those currently enrolled in Medi-Cal of this population will be able to maintain their enrollment. However, we will not be able to accept new enrollees. And then there also are some impacts regarding the CalFresh program starting right away in January of 26. And the most significant of those is work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents, or like we use the acronym ABODs. So if I happen to switch to ABODs as I go through my presentation, I'll just look for a comment and try to give you what it is. Like most social services director, we love our acronyms, so I'll try to avoid those during my presentation today. And then in October of 2026, we're seeing a shift in the administrative cost share from the federal government to the state government regarding the CalFresh program. Currently, the federal government funds about 75% of the administrative costs to administer the program. That will be shifting to 50%. So the state's share will move from 25% to 50%. That's been estimated that for the state of California in total, that will be an additional cost to counties of about $200 million. We're still waiting for guidance on how that cost share will be shared between counties, but if I just use a little back of the envelope figuring with the county of Monterey at about 1% of the state's total population, and then just kind of continuing that out, that would be about an additional $2 million that we would need to utilize to continue to fund administering the CalFresh program at its current level. And then in 2027, we see some new developments happening as well. So the Medi-Cal redeterminations will go from an annual basis to every 6 months. And this will be for the population that was able to join Medi-Cal due to the passage of the Affordable Care Act. So the expansion population due to the Affordable Care Act. And then also retroactive Medi-Cal will be reduced from a 3-month time frame to just 1 month for those enrolling in Medi-Cal after January 1st of 2027. And then in July, we'll be seeing Medi-Cal premiums for adults in the unsatisfactory immigration status group that currently have full scope Medi-Cal will be subject to certain premiums from $1 to $35 for services. And then one of the big things that we're pretty worried about coming up in October of 2027 is the CalFresh benefit shared cost. So what that means is the federal government will be requiring states to pay a share of the cost of the benefits administered to persons, CalFresh benefits, based on a state's payment error rate. And it goes from a 0% cost share if your payment error rate is at 6% or less, up to a 15% cost share if your state's payment error rate is above 10%. In the worst case scenario, if the payment error rate for the state of California is at 10% or greater, the benefit cost share to the state would be about $2 billion. So it's a significant amount. However, that does not impact us administratively, but it certainly will have a negative impact on those currently receiving CalFresh benefits. And then in October of 2028, there'll be co-pays for adult members in that expansion group. So we can move on to the next slide. So here it just explains a few of the numbers that we've been able to pull that indicate about the maximum number of persons that might be impacted in any of these groups. These numbers are fairly fluid, and it's really our first chance to really dig into the data and try to pull this out. So we are expecting these numbers to refine themselves over time as we continue to work with them. But we're seeing about those persons that could be subject to the asset limit testing would be about 13,000. We don't anticipate that all of those, but that is about the maximum population. Our concern here is that for the last number of years, they haven't had to turn in the documentation for the verifications to certify the asset limit. So we're concerned that people may just not turn in the documentation that's required and then may be dropped from their Medi-Cal. Also, those that need their redeterminations every 6 months is about 61,000. That was our ACA expansion population. And then those subject to the copay of $35, about the same number, about 61,000. Work requirements, we are anticipating those will impact about 35,000 of our current Medi-Cal enrollees. And also on an annual basis, we have about 7,800 applications that request retroactive Medi-Cal when they are applying for Medi-Cal services. And so that may become an issue as well as far as retroactive payments when the retroactive period goes from 3 months to 1 month. And then currently we have about 39,000 recipients of Medi-Cal in the County of Monterey that are part of the expansion group of unsatisfactory immigration status. So all of those persons will be able to keep their Medi-Cal if they continue to follow through with the conditions of reassessment. However, we won't be able to take new enrollees of this group. Those of this group that do enroll will only be eligible for emergency limited scope Medi-Cal. Next slide, please. And then here's just some information from CalFresh. We're really looking at some of the persons that will no longer have an exemption from the work requirements in CalFresh include those with a status of homeless, those with the status of veterans, and also those with children 14 and up. Those groups will now all be subject to the work requirements, which is 80 hours per month of work equivalent to the federal minimum wage. So the federal minimum wage here in California is a little bit higher, so that may not equate to exactly 80 hours a month, but it's 80 hours at the federal minimum wage. So it's a lot of information and a lot of technical information associated with that. Like I said, this is how we understand it now and the various impacts. But again, this is a clearly evolving environment, and we will come before you to share additional information as it is pertinent. And with that, I will change it over to Elsa to give us an update from the Health Department. Elsa?
Thank you, Roderick. Elsa Jimenez, Director of Health Services. I will be highlighting a couple of key policy changes that are going to be impacting our Clinic Services Bureau. These are our 12 federally qualified health centers that provide primary care as well as linkage to specialty care services for our residents, particularly those on Medi-Cal and those without insurance. So based on the current fiscal year 26 Budget Act, as Roderick referenced, there are going to be changes to individuals who have full scope Medi-Cal funded by the state who are classified as unsatisfactory immigration status. Effective July 1st of next year, our visits will be reimbursed the fee-for-service amount only. And just to give you an idea, a fee-for-service amount for our clinic system ranges anywhere between $60 to $140 per visit, compared to our prospective payment system reimbursement, which is $230 to $580 per visit. And just for a frame of reference, about 23% of our patients assigned to our federally qualified health centers have a UIS status. In terms of changes from H.R. 1, according to Central California Alliance for Health, which is our local managed care plan, they anticipate that over the next 4 calendar years, we will experience a decline in membership, both for the UIS, or those with unsatisfactory immigration status, and our SIS population, satisfactory immigration status, of about almost a 22% decline in membership. Next slide. I also wanted to lift up some other impacts resulting from H.R. 1 that are going to impact public health programming efforts. Roderick mentioned some of the changes on the CalFresh Healthy Living. Our local health department receives about about $750,000 under the CalFresh Healthy Living program, where we've been able to provide school-based wellness education, working with the schools on how to integrate nutrition education into their curricula, working with them on policies with respect to, what types of fundraising activities are permitted. We promote the Parks Prescription Program, which is a fairly recent program working with our local county parks and our primary care providers to provide prescriptions to our patients to get them to go out and walk and enjoy nature. And then there's a lot of education that happens in markets. As of October 1st, this program has been eliminated from the state budget. We do have some rollover funds that the state is going to make available to us that will allow us to continue some level of programming between October 1st and June 30th. And then the second program that I wanted to lift up is the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. This is about $500,000 of federal funding that we received notice a couple weeks ago that these dollars were no longer available to us as the middle of August of this year. And this program really works in schools, mostly high schools, where we do peer education, leadership development that really provides comprehensive education on sexual reproductive health, with the hope of preventing teen births as well as the transmission of sexually transmitted infections. And we really focus on our high-risk youth. So as of mid-August of the current calendar year, we no longer have access to teen pregnancy prevention federal dollars. The department is going to continue some level of programming because we've already made a commitment to our youth and our school districts. And so using salary savings from the organization, we will be able to continue some level of programming through the end of the fiscal year. And with that, I'll hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Harris.
Thank you, Elsa, and thank you, Roderick. Chad Harris, CEO at Natividad, and good afternoon, members of the board and members of our community and public. So as my colleagues have said, we're all looking at what the impacts are going to be in the coming days and really years, what this is going to mean for our community and specifically for our health system and the public health and the services we provide. I thought one way to understand what are going to be the impacts from the perspective of Natividad, and some of these will sound familiar or same related to what my colleagues have already shared, are this slide that really spell out the timeline of some of the key elements of H.R. 1 that was passed earlier in July. This is a slide that is shared more broadly with the members of the California Association of Public Health Systems and Hospitals, which Natividad is part of that larger group of safety net and public hospitals here in the state, which I will share in a moment as well. So just looking back, I think everyone is aware on July 4th, H.R. 1 was passed. And as we look at this, just to mention, paying particular attention to those that are brighter yellow or the stronger yellow. One of the most significant elements of funding for public hospitals, and specifically the designated public hospitals in the state, are state-directed payments, as folks read in the paper, or as we say in California, the supplemental payments. There are many programs that we have as a public hospital that ultimately improve the health of our patients and our public. Without getting into the specifics of each program, and they're tied to Medi-Cal, when all this improvement, there are supplemental payments related to that, and these do result in significant dollars that ultimately come to Natividad and the other hospitals. A key thing here is the law was passed immediately on July 4th, but California's program is grandfathered, and really these impacts start on January 1st, 2028. It's important to remember as we look forward, and as Administrator De La Rosa mentioned, this is a beginning of a discussion, and there will be many to follow as we look forward. The next one I want to take point or discuss, and you will notice the date is October 1st. That is tomorrow. Related to the disproportionate share hospital cuts that could potentially take effect if they are not extended. The disproportionate share hospital funding is roughly $8 billion. It goes to the public hospitals across the United States. That impact, if those funds were not extended, would be approximately $14 million per year to Natividad. That's significant. and I think you all are aware that clearly October 1st is tomorrow. What is happening on the ground, and I will give you the most up-to-date, I just checked right before I walked in here. Key things are, there was a continuing resolution in the House of Representatives supporting this extension of this $8 billion or $14 million to Natividad that happened on September 19th. There was not a vote in the Senate to support that, as well as all the other elements of the continuing resolution, because it wasn't just health care. And I think folks are aware, there was a meeting with the key leaders of our Congress yesterday, and at least at the moment, and it could change by this very afternoon, it does not look like there is going to be, there's not going to be support, and the government will likely shut down at 12:01 this evening. As part of that, the disproportionate share hospital funding will not happen, but neither will any funding of the federal government. What does that mean? Given that there were support, and by the way, it was bipartisan support in September. You know, the hope is that there will be ongoing support once the budget is passed, but we will have to watch very closely. We're not going to have an absolute answer tonight at 12:01, but thus far in the House, there was bipartisan support. So again, back to, I think it was a very sage comment. This is just the beginning. We are going to be watching this very closely, but these impacts are huge as we look forward. The next element to look at this timeline is on December 31st, there is a rural relief fund that was passed with H.R. 1, $50 billion across the U.S., $10 billion per year, again, across the United States. It's not clear administratively what is going to happen with those funds, but there could possibly be for the publics some funding that comes from that in the state of California, but it's not clear yet how administratively it's going to be defined. Natividad specifically has not traditionally been defined as a rural hospital, but we are watching it closely as well as with the other public hospital and health systems. The next element really to hone in here is on October 1st, 2026. There is an anticipated reduction in FMAP, or the federal match, with the drawdown of funds related to the public hospitals. This is for emergency care for undocumented adults, drops from 90% to 50%. This is this population as it relates to the expansion population that occurred back with the ACA in 2014. But again, would have an impact across all the publics, including us. The next element are really to reemphasize the really significant impact as they designated public hospitals around these state-directed payments, and the phase down would again, for those that are grandfathered, starting on January 1st, 2028, and would be a number of years to follow that, and again, would have a significant impact. Now, when you look across the entire membership, which I will go ahead and show a slide, and we'll talk a little bit about it. What does that look like? When you look at it in total for the state of California and its public health care systems and safety net, it's all encompassing. It's roughly $4 billion across all these systems. And I just want to point out, Natividad in 1844 was the original public health system and hospital amongst all of these publics, and we have a long storied history in this county of being at the foundation of the public health system for our entire state. And just of note, you know, we've been here for 139 years. I know everyone here fully supports us being here for at least another 139 years, supporting our mission. But I do acknowledge and know there's going to be some really tough decisions as we look forward, and as my colleagues here at this table look to how we're going to serve our community in the coming years and days. And with that, all three of us are happy to answer questions and open up to you all.
Thank you. So I've got a question, and it was stemmed from one of Roderick's slides. I think it was slide 2 or maybe 3 at the very bottom. I'm hoping someone can take me through a case study, only because I'll share that Friday I met with a group from COPA down in Greenfield. They had about 70 residents in the room. There was some confusion around the eligibility question. Folks said, well, come October, we're all off the list anyway. Nobody's eligible. And so looking at the numbers, if you'd go, I think one more slide here, at the very bottom, the 38,912. So what I just want to be clear from what I'm understanding, that depending on folks' enrollment, non-enrollment, challenges and study, challenges to status or, unsatisfactory status as pointed out here, they will not immediately be booted, right? I just wanted that to be clear because that is what I'm hearing in community, and it's concerning for a lot of folks who are sharing with me in that forum about their different ailments and lack of their fear about not having access to health up front, access to care. And so can we clarify for those 38,912, it's not like tomorrow morning, based on everything we heard, they're off the list. There's, if you're enrolled and you'll have to do your 6-month check-ins and to stay within status. Can you explain that to me for somebody who perhaps doesn't have status as an adult?
Sure. Thank you for raising this, Chair Lopez. Yes, this is a very, very important point that we're making. Currently, we have about 38,000, 39,000 enrollees of the unsatisfactory immigration status, which is a term I'm not particularly fond of, but those that fall into the category of being undocumented. That translates to about 15,000 cases. All of those persons currently enrolled as a part of this group are able to maintain their enrollment in Medi-Cal moving forward for as long as they do what is required during their annual redeterminations to maintain their status as an enrolled member in Medi-Cal. The change in the system does not occur until January 1st, 2026. So it is after January 1st that we will be unable to accept new enrollees that fall into this category. And so I want to point out that Natividad, the health department, social services, along with members of our community-based organizations as trusted partners, have all been meeting to work to outreach to this community, to share the accurate information, and also engage those who are interested in being enrolled that are a part of this group and give them every opportunity to enroll prior to December 31st of 2025.
That is extremely helpful. Thank you. And again, I knew that and I shared it in the room, but I wanted to make sure that I had it correct, and I did. So thank you so much. I'll open it up to my colleagues for questions or comments at this point before we go to public comment.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions, and maybe just will start by saying this is so messed up. And I appreciate the presentation and giving us sort of an overview of what's coming down the pipeline. And I'm going to try to drill down and actually just get even more clarity in terms of just basic numbers from you. But I have a few clarifying questions, and one was on those redeterminations. My question is, I realize there is the role of the applicant to come in and apply or reapply or get redetermined, but in terms of you and your staff, what does that move from 6 months to a year? I mean, from a year down to every 6 months look like? Is that an increased workload that you need to account for, or is it relatively easy? What does this mean in terms of staff time?
That's a fabulous question, Chair Supervisor, Supervisor Daniels. So we have currently a total enrollment in Medi-Cal of about 173,000 members. About 61,000 will be subject to the redeterminations twice a year. Currently, our eligibility system, which is called CalSAWS, is able to automatically redetermine eligibility for a certain number of those. So we're anticipating, based on our current information, about a third of those needing to reapply, their redetermination will occur automatically. For the other 2/3 or so, There's multiple ways for them to be able to handle their redetermination. One is to provide the information by mail. One is to come into one of our offices and work with an eligibility specialist. But we are also utilizing those outreach efforts that I indicated earlier to educate the public, to understand what is coming and what will be required of them to maintain a satisfactory enrollment status into Medi-Cal.
So I realize I'm asking you to put yourself in the heads of somebody else, but I'm just truly trying to understand the reduction from a year to 6 months, say. What is the thinking that is behind that type of change, the reduced timeframes as well? Like, is it that somebody might not make the effort and then we will no longer have to pay for them, or what? What is the thought process here?
I wish that I had a definitive answer for you, and if I had sat in chambers in Washington while this was being debated, I might be able to have a more succinct answer. However, some of the things that I've heard is there are people who are moving out of county. There are persons who would no longer qualify because of income increases, and that by doing a redetermination every 6 months, we would have a more accurate enrollment into the program of those that are truly eligible at any one time.
So you could catch somebody who perhaps is no longer eligible, but maybe still utilizing Medicaid or Medi-Cal?
I think there are those that would certainly view the change in that way.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. In terms of the I guess I'll just jump to some basic questions, and I think this might already be in the slide that has the numbers associated, the Department of Social Services anticipated impacts slide. My question is, do we have the total number of Monterey County residents who will become uninsured by the cuts that you've described in your presentation today?
So I think Elsa in her presentation discussed over the 4-year period about seeing about a 22% reduction in the number of persons enrolled in Medi-Cal.
So if we could at some point, like just as a supervisor out in the district getting these questions, not somebody with a healthcare background who's been particularly engaged in healthcare and social services, if I could get at some point a number so we can really start articulating to folks what that looks like versus a 22% reduction, that would be very helpful, although a 22% reduction is pretty significant. In terms of the total loss of funding to Monterey County from HR 1 cuts when it comes to Medicaid, do we have that number as a dollar figure?
I mean, I think Roderick mentioned that this is still evolving and changing, and so we're still analyzing. As I mentioned earlier, this current calendar year, the Alliance, which is our Medi-Cal managed care plan, anticipates that there's going to be about a 2.3% decline in membership. Next year, 3.9%, the following 8.7%, and then 7%, both because of the current changes in state policy for the UIS population. So Roderick mentioned the enrollment cap that'll happen come January 1st of 2026. But the other state policy changes that effective January 1st, 2027, remaining members enrolled as in the UIS status will have a $30 per month copay to stay insured, plus meet all the other requirements. We don't have an exact number, and 23% of our patients currently have Medi-Cal under the UIS status, 100% funded by the state. And so, assuming that they came in fewer times, we would have less of a revenue impact. But what we noticed with our UIS population, just like when we first rolled out Esperanza Care, is that a lot of these individuals didn't have access to preventative care and so had a lot of medical issues. And so their annual visits are higher than for the SIS population. And so we need to do everything we can as a system to continue to support them because many of them are on a road towards wellness. And if, so as we mentioned, it's like we want to make sure the public has the information that they need. We want to make sure that we equipped our own staff of community-based organizations who have capacity to make sure they have the facts so that they could also be extenders and sharing the facts and helping people gather the documents that are going to be needed to keep them on insurance, because this is a much better way to receive care, both from a monetary perspective as well as a human element perspective, versus them waiting and then going and showing up in our urgent care centers, our emergency departments, and avoiding. Long-winded answer to say I don't know yet, but about 25% is what we as a health system will get reimbursed. So it's $60 to $140 per visit for somebody who is labeled as UIS versus $230 to $580. But I can't give you a number because of the fact that we don't know if they're going to stop coming completely, or if they're going to delay care, or if they're going to self-elect to disenroll from the program, which we've seen a little bit of that happening in our community.
You give a perfectly logical response to why we have the program, why we invest in the program, and why it makes good economic sense, as well as for better health outcomes to all of the members of our community. So unfortunately, that was lost on the decision makers. A couple more questions that I have that I just, again, you're not going to probably have an answer of the totality, but just these are some of the things I'm thinking about. The total number of families that will lose their CalFresh benefits or something, that would be something I'm looking for. I'm looking for how many schools ultimately after this fiscal year. You discussed the programming that will support continuing teen pregnancy prevention programming this fiscal year, but next fiscal year without support. I would love to know how many schools are going to lose that programming in Monterey County in the next fiscal year. If the dish cuts do take effect, it would be really important, I think, to understand a financial figure for how much Natividad would lose if there was like a dollar amount, that $8 billion. I think it was across California.
I can provide that now.
Oh, please do.
Not that I'm happy to provide it, but
clearly,
but
I think the House has recessed. Nothing's happening today in Washington.
So to give scale, because again, I think it's important to understand, again, we are part of the broader safety net for our state. I just want to say, because it's really important, and we got it. I think everybody in this room is all about the wellness of our community. And a core part of our mission is to continually monitor and improve the health of the people of Monterey County. Mm-hmm. And it's so critically important, and just to reemphasize it. But for the dollar amounts, $8 billion across the U.S., just over $850 million for the state of California, and $14 million for Natividad.
$14 million. Okay, thank you.
To get at least specifically on DISH. And again, the hope is ultimately once it passes, the DISH funding will be extended, which it has been since 2014 across both sides of the aisle since that time. So we're hopeful, but it is $14 million, and it would be
devastating.
Pardon?
It would be devastating if it were not if this was not extended. Okay, and then the last one would be about the FMAP reduction and how the county would cover those emergency care visits if that were to happen.
Well, at the end of the day, we're still going to be here. We're going to still see patients, but the question is, are they going to have Medi-Cal or CCH in our case, or some other coverage? So they're still going to be seen, but are we going to have to absorb that? And the answer is yes, we will have to absorb that, and understanding what's that going to look like, because all the work that we are doing it together, but these impacts that Elsa mentioned as far as the decreasing enrollment into CCH, that has a downstream effect on us, at least as the hospital, and of course as the clinic system. So.
I guess I'll just end by saying to all of my colleagues, I mean, obviously, I don't have I don't know where we go from here necessarily, but the fact that everyone will still get their care, I think it's incumbent on us to sort of be really thoughtful in figuring out how we can ensure that that Natividad and Social Services and the Health Department have the resources they need so we can continue to care for our county residents. Thank you.
Supervisor Church, any questions?
No, it's just a lot of information here and a lot to think about. And I don't think I have any questions right now. I'm just concerned about the overall financial health of, well, Natividad in one case, but the county secondary, but Natividad primarily.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah. So to to Supervisor Daniel's comments, that our goal and our need is to ensure that everyone continues to get their care. The reality is that everyone is not going to continue to get their care. And as much as our mission at Natividad and our goal at our county clinics and the commitment that the county has always had with indigent care, prior to the Affordable Care Act and the transition, as we worked really hard with Esperanza Care and Vida Care before that, to ensure that we had access to care. That care was limited in what it was able to provide. The program that we had, through indigent care, through county code, prior to the Affordable Care Act and prior to the Medicaid expansion, didn't include undocumented residents. And it prior to Medicaid expansion, I think it was running upwards of $10 million of general fund contribution. And that was for only the most basic of services that was provided via mandated the most mandated limited services that we were required to provide, and that was in dollars that were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So if we look historically to what the costs were going back in time and the percentage of uninsured residents that this county had backwards, and look at what that could be moving forwards. And that didn't even include our undocumented residents and the needs that were wholly unmet among those neighbors. The reality is dire. The reality is stark. And I know that we're trying really hard to not create a scenario that's scary or frightening, and that our commitment here is to continue to have our doors be open to everyone. And I know that is our commitment, and I know that that's the commitment of our staff, that's the commitment of this board, that's the commitment of Monterey County. But I don't think it's possible to underestimate or under-communicate that this is, in fact, a life or death situation. This is a state of emergency for our low-income residents and our residents who rely on Medicaid. We had COVID play out 5 years ago, which we treated as a state of emergency. We activated a community response in the form of Vida with community outreach workers who were educated to go out into the community. Monterey County responded in a way to COVID where we experienced one of the lowest death rates in the nation because of the way we reacted and formed community partnerships and reached out to community and provided information and life-saving resources. And in so many ways, the crisis that we're facing in this moment is one where we have this limited amount of time between now and December 31st to provide information to residents to say, you can still enroll in Medicaid, Medi-Cal, if you're undocumented. Now is the time. You have this limited window between now and December 31st to enroll in Medi-Cal. But after December 31st, that window closes. If you're in a mixed status family, you can enroll in Medi-Cal between now and December 31st. And then again, after that, the rules are going to start to get really complicated. They're going to be intended to scare you off. They're going to be intentionally confusing. And so the more information we can make sure is very clearly communicated. We have incredible eligibility workers, But it's going to be more and more difficult for our eligibility workers to reach everyone who needs that information when they need it and in the timeliness that they need it. And so I guess what I want my colleagues to hear and what I want our community here to hear and what I want our workers to hear is that if there ever was a time when we needed to have funds available to invest in a program that bolstered the team of incredible staff that we have to have those community outreach workers who are available to supplement the work that our team is doing, it really would be now and over the next year. So we need that coalition of partners who are trained and ready to support our Medi-Cal families to remain enrolled. Because over the next year, if our undocumented families or folks fall off of enrollment, they won't be able to resubmit and become re-enroll. And for those families who, have the 13,000 who are above that asset limit, if they fall off, it potentially means falling out of their nursing home bed, and that becomes a crisis for that individual. These truly are critical situations that we have an obligation morally, financially. These are folks that end up in Chad's emergency room and begin to take up a ton of resources for all of us. So I want to acknowledge how critical this reality is to our entire financial situation. The impact of the indigent care program, if we play this out over the next 3 to 5 years, we're not talking $10 million in the indigent care program. We're talking significant millions of dollars of general fund that go into the indigent care program that comes straight out of the general fund, straight out of other services. So it really is this affects everything. So not to go to a straight dire situation, but like it is significant, and I think it's urgent that we treat it as such. I wanted to make a couple other comments here. And I want to acknowledge that we do have an incredible staff, an incredible team that does incredible work. So thank you guys for holding it together and not showing up and saying the sky is falling, because you're doing a great job pulling all the pieces together. I also want to acknowledge that in Monterey County, because we have so many of our residents who rely on Medi-Cal, in Monterey County, 70% of our moms who give birth are on Medi-Cal, and that's somewhere, twice the statewide average. And 50% of our residents are on Medi-Cal, which is significantly more than what you find in other communities. So the cuts to Medi-Cal in Monterey County have a greater impact than what you're going to experience in other counties and in other communities. And so when people are watching the news or hearing about this, the impact in our community is more significant here than what you're going to find in other places. And the loss of funding into our healthcare system by losing money into Medi-Cal, it's going to impact our healthcare system greater than how it's going to impact other healthcare systems. So I think it's important that we continue talking about it, and that the more you're able to provide the data and the fact sheets so that we can talk about it and our community leaders can talk about it, the community needs to understand how significant these hits are going to be, not just to those who rely on Medi-Cal, but to the entire community, to employers who have employees who rely on Medi-Cal, to our kids, to all of us. So thank you for the presentation, and I'll wrap it up.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, following up on that, what is the plan in this next 3 months, right? We have going into October, November, December, critical time, bringing back a whole new VITA program. I don't know how realistic that is, but certainly putting bilingual commercials, radio, telling the community, how do we explain what the changes are? Even here, it's very complicated because it hits a lot of different groups in different ways. But at least for the undocumented enrolled in Medi-Cal, that seems to be a clear message that putting up some resources right now might help us losing resources and putting families and individuals' health in peril by not having anywhere else to turn to. And we have the perfect three departments, that our hospital, our health clinic, our health department and clinic system, and then social services that enrolls people into Medi-Cal and administers that program. These are the three perfect minds to be talking about what's our public education strategy over the next 3 months.
Chair Lopez, thank you. Supervisor Alejo, I'll start out and then I'll let my colleagues respond. So I do have a hopeful clarification to add on to a little bit of Supervisor Askew's comments. So I just do want to clarify that starting January 1st, only those age 19 and above of the undocumented group will be unable to enroll in Medi-Cal. Those ages 18 and below will still be able to enroll regardless of their documentation status. So a little hopeful clarification. We are also looking at outreach efforts as indicated. I think there was an unprecedented meeting that we held in person between our trusted partner CBOs, the representatives from the health department, and representatives from Natividad. We all met in person together to discuss exactly how we can plan specifically how to engage the community in enrollment activities and in education. I will point out that our trusted CBO partners did raise the question of would there be resources available to them to assist us in this effort, since this would be additional extra work for them. We also discussed how we could join as county partners with them at events and activities that they are currently doing and engaging in their normal course of business, but also then engage those persons around the Medi-Cal concerns that we've discussed today. I know that Dr. Harris and I have been talking about having our outreach team physically located on the Natividad campus to assist those coming into the hospital or leaving the hospital with either coming in and working through their enrollment or before they are discharged, looking at enrolling them as well. So there's a number of things that we are actually taking place, but more that needs to happen.
This is Elsa. All I will add is that our Office of Equity team, our Communities Reaching for Equity staff, for years now have continued to enroll individuals in Medi-Cal and SNAP-Ed, but there's only 3 or 4 of them. And so as Roderick mentioned a few weeks ago, we had an initial meeting between social services staff, the health department, Office of Equity staff, and Central California Alliance for Health to really understand what we need to do as a system to support our residents with clarifying what the changes are going to be, making sure that our own staff understood all the rules, and seeing what opportunities there could be to extend our reach by working with our trusted community-based organizations, hence the meeting that Roderick referenced that happened at our health department a couple of weeks ago. And there is a follow-up meeting scheduled for next week to kind of map out the activities that all of us collectively will support to get the word out, because as was mentioned, the next 3 months are very critical to get individuals who are currently eligible for Medi-Cal, who are here unsatisfactory immigration status, get them to be comfortable, hopefully, to be able to enroll, apply and get enrolled before the enrollment cap for those adults that were referenced. But there is probably going to be an ask for resources because a lot of our community-based organizations are going to have to pivot the work that they're doing to be able to support our residents with this critical need.
I would just add, and thank you, Roderick. I think the key is the 3 of us are working very closely together in the teams we ultimately represent. There's been a number of meetings. In the example of Natividad, essentially embedding the social services folks with our folks at the hospital. I think one key thing, Roderick, and I said the other day, this is just the start. And I think you're right, Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Rudowski, you alluded to it. This is a really key 3 months for those folks to make sure that we can get as many folks on CCH and Medi-Cal as possible. I do think that's a core area of focus as we look at these other things that are rolling out from DC and the state.
Dr. Harris, CBO, that's great to hear you guys already talking. But just to amplify on that, wouldn't it be the time, though, to develop a Spanish, English commercial, put it on the radio and TV waves, on social media, a fact sheet about what to expect, what to expect by the end of the year if you don't want to enroll. Very simple to keep the message clear, keep it simple as possible in Spanish and English, but that needs to be developed quickly so we could get it on the air, on the radio, and out in terms of literature for the public to know. So if we don't do it, nobody else is going to do it for them. And to make clear what is the impact if they don't do this come 2026.
Well, the good thing is that the Department of Healthcare Services has developed several toolkits related to all the changes that are going to happen to DHCS programs. And so we could build off of that. They're already developed in multiple languages. And so I'm hoping that we can use those as a basis for developing, County of Monterey specific documents. I think with resources, we could probably do it relatively quickly.
Right.
A couple weeks.
Yep. That I would suggest. But how far are you going to come back to make the ask? I would say soon, right? Yeah, and that's why if we don't give direction today, and
I could ask now.
Yeah. I think we need to act today if we're to get it implemented.
Well, I won't do a bold, audacious ask, but I think if we had access up to 250,000, we could probably put together a plan to not only provide some support right now, but, short term, these 3 months are really critical to get people to stay enrolled and to get them enrolled. But the real work is going to come next year when we have to make sure that our people who are enrolled in Medi-Cal understand if they fall within that, 2/3 bucket that's going to require the re-enrollment every 6 months. But if we had authority up to 250,000 now to return, to give us an ability to begin spending money and then come back with a proposed plan, how those funds will be allocated with county services as well as contracts with CBOs, and then a more robust plan of how long, what other resources may be needed through the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah, and I think today is limited as a report only, but we could give direction. But next week, I think there's only going to be 3 supervisors. We need 4 for appropriations mid-year. So if we give direction, but then put on the agenda for 2 weeks, so it's ratified as a vote from hopefully 4 of the 5 supervisors. But at least that gets you moving as direction today.
One piece of clarifying, you said fiscal year, you meant calendar year, given
Well, I said
period?
the initial ask right now is 250,000, and then we can come back with a comprehensive plan that would include activities that we would propose through the end of the fiscal year.
That
would be June.
To put in perspective, 250, very minor amount, even though it sounds like a lot. When you talk about thousands potentially losing Medi-Cal, what the cost could be to our clinics, to our hospitals, to the families in terms of their health, it's much more drastic than a relatively nominal amount to get us started.
Correct, to get us started.
Can I ask Supervisor Alejo a question? Is the request include, though, the kind of outreach, whether it's the commercials you talked about, like between now and December 31st, this would include that, because we need people to get the message that they need to enroll now?
Yes, it includes the community-based organizations effort, the CBO, work with the CBOs, and then the TV, radio, social media, literature.
That was my concern about the fiscal year comment. I'd focus on before in the calendar year, given where we're sitting right now, but I hear you.
So I think we can offer intent to have support for that amount. And although we don't have it agendized, I think we can provide
Bring it back
that
on
intent.
October 14th, which is our next meeting with an expected 4-member quorum for that financial decision. So I'm going to open this up to the public at this point. We haven't done that yet. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom to be acknowledged, and go with folks in the room first. All right, see nobody coming forward, no hands up. Oh.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair. The H-1 bill is an attack on our community. Let's call it what it is. Cutting Medi-Cal funding means ripping doctors out of reach for working families, denying medications to seniors, and forcing parents to choose between groceries and their child's health. It's cruel, it's reckless, it's short-sighted. Lawmakers pushing this bill want to balance budgets on the backs of the poor, the sick, the vulnerable, people who already struggle to be heard. That is not leadership, that is abandonment. And let's be clear, the damage won't stop with those who lose coverage. When people are uninsured, they don't just disappear. They end up in our emergency rooms, overwhelming hospitals, driving up costs for every single one of us. Communities get sicker, businesses lose workers, schools see kids falling behind. This bill doesn't save money, it shifts the burden onto taxpayers, families, and neighbors. If we care about public health, if we care about fairness, if we care about our future, then we must stand up and say no to this. Because leaving people without health care isn't just immoral, it's dangerous for all of us. The impact doesn't stop with those directly uninsured. When neighbors can't access basic health care, our entire community feels the ripple effects. Emergency rooms are going to be overcrowded. Hospitals are going to take on greater financial strain, and costs rise for everyone. Families miss work, children struggle in school, public health risks grow unchecked. Investing in healthcare isn't charity, it's common sense. A healthier community is a stronger, more productive community. And by undermining Medi-Cal and leaving more people uninsured, this bill is not only unjust, it is short-sighted, and we will all pay the price.
Thank you, Laura. All right, seeing no one else, I'll close public comment and bring it back. And I just want to share, before we set the direction from the dais here, that there's not a single corner of healthcare that I don't believe will be impacted by this particular bill. From my experience, having been on the board at Natividad for 7 years and my work with the prior supervisor for over a decade, I know that not every line takes care of itself, meaning it's not like OB care or kidney care, diabetes care takes care of 100% of the need. There's certain lines within the system that make more, and you move that money around to make the whole system float. And I'm really worried about folks who might be thinking, I've heard some folks say, well, maybe I'll be able to get a doctor's appointment now, but you're not perhaps considering that 70% of your doctor's load could be Medi-Cal. And with that, now your doctor may no longer be able to practice where they are practicing because they won't be able to carry a full patient roster. And I worry about rural healthcare throughout California, having spent years traveling back to DC to advocate on behalf of all rural communities in California. We've been in the middle of these conversations calling for more, not just with the California delegation, but with the delegation from the southern US, talking about similarities between our communities and theirs around the need for this access to care. And I want to speak directly to our employees as well. I know we've focused a lot on the undocumented population. We focused a lot on the communities that will be impacted perhaps by losing coverage. But I know from conversations with the workforce here in Monterey County, whether it's Natividad or the health department, they're worried as well. What do these shifts mean for them, for their families, for their ability to make Monterey County home? And they are worried. And I want to share with them that we will do everything within our power to maintain access to this system for everybody who calls Monterey County home, because healthcare matters, quality of life matters. We've always put that first. And I know that it's not going to be easy conversations. Like I talked about, those lines may have to shift. We will do what we can as quickly as we can to continue to address this shifting landscape. I'm not saying there's not going to be impacts. We're hearing today that the potentials are real. It's not a time to freak out, though. It's a time to plan, to bring your expertise to the table as a partner, as an expert in the space that you operate in. How can you help us find efficiencies, effectiveness? Because it's going to take all hands on deck to make sure that we can continue to deliver for the residents, continue to show up, and keep this county family together, serving the community we share together. And so I want to thank our experts, our subject matter experts who've been in the front lines and in the trenches, making sure that we've got the latest information. And we know that we're prepared to the extent that we can be. And we continue to look to our workforce and our other experts throughout the county, family, and beyond with our neighboring systems to keep bringing answers to the points that you can to the table so that we can work together to support our community. And I'll go to Supervisor Church.
I share all the immediate needs and the difficulties it's going to cause people here in the county. And I just kind of want to go back to where, I look at this as a really a big challenge structurally for particularly Natividad down the line. I mean, this is, you have to realize, there's only so many public medical centers there are in the state, and we're, in the county we're one of the smaller counties with it. We're not LA, we're not San Francisco. Our pockets aren't deep, and we have a slim operating margin. I mean, it doesn't, our people we serve there are Medi-Cal, Medicare, everything that we're coming down on from here on. It isn't so much private insurance companies, and that's what makes us particularly vulnerable. And I think the thing to realize is, we are the first public hospital in the state. But in the 70s, we almost lost Natividad. In the 90s, we almost lost Natividad. It's back, it's healthy, it's very effective now. But we got to, at this point, look at a long-term too, and think about what kind of resilience planning we're going to really need. And I'm sure you're doing that. But the board needs to look at that, and we need to look at it in the scope. What makes it really difficult is we're under some real general fund stress at this time. So, if we need to, in the past, for many decades, the general fund was keeping Natividad afloat, and we can't really do that right now. It's a lot of pressure from both sides at this point. We somehow need to be looking at creating some kind of a safety net stabilization fund to make sure we don't get into a bad situation down the line. And I mean, I know we're fine for year, 2, 3, whatever we're looking at, but I don't know how long we're going to go into this. We don't know the long-term impacts. And I just, if we get down that 3 to 6 year period, I just don't know where we're going. And I'm really concerned about that and how we're going to deal with it, how we're going to integrate with these 3 departments and make sure that we have a functioning health system, safety net for the people in this county as we go forth.
Supervisor Leo, did you want to set some direction?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a motion that we just received this update and that we provide direction to staff to allocate $250,000 for community outreach and education efforts in partnership with their community-based organizations and for television, radio, social media, and other written materials, and to bring this item back on October 14th for official action by the board.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any additional conversation? Hearing none, I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, the motion carries. With that, we've concluded this item. Thank you again for being here and for your expertise.
Thank you.
All right, not sure what that was. All right, now we've got a referral matrix with no new referrals on 18, so we'll jump through that and jump to a preliminary analysis report in response to referral number 2025-07, seeking support and financial contribution to the Alisal Arch of East Salinas.
I'm sorry, what? Okay.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Lindsay Larable. I am the Assistant Director of Public Works Facilities and Parks. I'm joined here with Randy Ishii, our Director of Public Works Facilities and Parks, and this is staff's initial response to Board Referral 2025.07. And the referral is, we have a summarized version here, but the full referral says to have the Board of Supervisors official support for the construction of an Alisal Arch in East Salinas and to financially contribute to the project. Staff's recommendation is to receive an analysis report of the referral and to provide direction to staff to proceed with the completion of the referral based on the description in this report, or to provide a modification thereof to proceed with the completion with modify, to come back with a more comprehensive analysis and anticipated efforts, or to rescind the referral. Again, to provide further direction as needed. Today we'll be talking about the background, process, and the recommendations and options. I quoted Supervisor Layer because I think it's the best way to describe the project. Is this: the Alisal Arch is a construction of an iconic Alisal Arch that will serve as a lasting tribute to the hardworking people, families, organizations, and small businesses that form the heart of East Salinas. This landmark will not only celebrate the community's resilience and vibrant history, but also inspire greater neighborhood pride and unity. Designed as a beautification project for one of Salinas' most vital business corridor, the Alisal Arch will become a symbolic gathering place, an inviting photo destination for both residents and visitors alike. What is Alisal? Alisal was annexed into the city of Salinas in 1963. It's approximately 2.75 square miles, and it houses home to approximately 30% of the city's population. So what is the Alisal Arch and how does it play into the city of Salinas, all the work they've been doing within their community, and what that looks like? So in February of 2020, the city of Salinas released the final copy of the Alisal Vibrancy Plan. This was years of collaboration and envisioned by the city staff and the work within the community. It is an action-oriented strategy for Salinas' Alisal neighborhoods, and the goal is to aiming for prosperous, livable, safe, and attractive areas. So that's a very conceptual idea, and they did a lot of community outreach, and then they narrowed it down to these different areas of interest within the community. One of those was the Alisal District Identity Master Plan. This was adopted in November 2024. And it identifies locations for potential and sort of these concepts of for potential gateway and placemaking signage. That was one of the areas where the community felt they would want some enhancements within their community. While a specific design has not been identified or a location, that is something that the staff will be narrowing down on. So in October 2025, they are working to develop a process, timeline, staffing resources to deliver what they call under the section of gateway placemaking signage within the ADIMP. So that will be happening. That process will include further community engagement and as well as an RFP for artists to design the gateway element. So the city has confirmed that they've appropriated $348,000, a little or north of that, for the gateway placemaking signage, but not specifically for an arch. But knowing that the referral is to specifically address an Alisal Arch, staff looked at potential funding options for the board to consider. We do not have a funding source or availability at this time, but this is for the board to provide considerations and directions to the staff. One option is to do a percentage of the amount that the city has allocated or appropriated for the gateway signage, gateway placemaking signage. So you can see options up to about 50%. We can go more, of course, as the board directs. Another option in looking to this is I did research with the city of Salinas on what did the cost to do the 2021 Alisal Arch of downtown. That was downtown Salinas. That's the Salinas Arch down there. So that project cost was $525,000.
It was a combination of the city's contribution as well as donations from the Rotary Club and donations of design services from a local architect. So using that project cost, I came up with, again, percentages for the board to consider, as the referral does request the Board of Supervisors to allocate funding for this project. Another option is to launch I said a 1 year, but it could be definitely we can go longer, shorter, whatever the board directs, launch a fundraising campaign. We did this with the COVID memorial. It was quite successful. So that is an option for the board to direct staff, or it can be a combination thereof. If you do look in the report, I did have it as the numbers were a little off. This is the correct. It's the option of doing option 1 and a campaign, doing option 2 and a campaign. So just to create clarification from the board report. So again, that is staff's initial response to the referral 2025. Again, requesting that the Board of Supervisors officially support the report, the Alisal Arch, and to financially contribute to the project. And that concludes staff's presentation. If you have any questions or comments.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I wanted to add some comments to this. So thank you very much, Randy and Lindsay Lareva. Thank you very much for this this presentation. This is early in the process, but we wanted to get I wanted to get the process going. I think the Salinas City Council is supposed to have their first first conversation on this next month. And I've gone to 3, soon to go 4 Rotaries out of the 7. There's 7 Rotaries in the Salinas area, but I'm going to all. So, so there's a lot more work to be done before we figure out what's a budget, even to say what could a potential contribution from the Board of Supervisors be, because we're still trying to roll in, but just getting this process started was critical, so we could tell the Rotaries, our city partner, potential city partner, and other partners that we started this process. And the other partners could be the Community Foundation for Monterey County. Dan Baldwin, he said he's already willing to open an account to assist in the fundraising efforts. And so far, the response has been very positive from the Rotaries. The first one I went to was the Alisal Rotary. They want to be the lead Rotary to, once I've gone to all, to work together, because there's also an international Rotary fund that they could potentially tap into, not to mention the fundraising efforts that they did last time. But for the Salinas Arch, just here on Main Street, it took 7 years of fundraising and the planning and design to get that project done. I'm hoping that being a partner with the City of Salinas, the Rotaries, and our community donors, that hopefully it could be done much sooner. But I think it's all obvious today that arch is iconic. On the news, it's the backdrop on KSBW News. It is used for so many different community events, whether it's Relay for Life or you name it. It's been a way to really promote the city. It's become a symbol of the city. But the Alisal certainly has a very unique history. Long before it was annexed, as you pointed out, into the city limits, it was very multicultural, multilingual from its very beginning. And when I do these talks at the Rotaries and at the SUBA, and I'm soon going to the Salinas City Center Association, it's called the Alisal because the original land grant was Rancho El Alisal, a Mexican land grant given to several people and eventually broken up to what is today. A good portion is the Alisal, but that's where the name originally comes from. So, but I wanted to first point out what you already pointed out, which is this wasn't my idea. This came out of years of community input. Before the Alisal Vibrancy Plan was voted on by the City Council, the outreach was done from 2017 to 2020, 3 years worth of dozens of meetings all over the east side. And this is one of the things that the community asked for, that they wanted these beautification and arches and better signage in the community to advance and promote their own community. They're part of the city of Salinas, and that's why it's adopted in the actual document. And it says, the Alisal Vibrancy Plan says, well-designed gateways help create a sense of place and let travelers know they have entered a special area. Gateways commonly include signs as well as arches or other public art displays, potential locations, and then it names a few of the streets potentially where they could do that. So this is the city's planning document. All we're trying to do is now make this a reality for a part of our county. if not the zip code that has the largest immigrant population anywhere within our jurisdiction. So it's a way to promote and celebrate the history, the present day community, and also the future of the Al-Asal as well. So I did want to just point out though that the cost of the original arch on Main Street, it was $525, but that was factored in because the city was also doing the other street improvements and the landscape improvements on the 100, 200, and 300 blocks. So the cost was a little bit more reasonable. After speaking with Peter Kosovan, who was the architect, he said it might be cost is a little higher, so that's why we're just being honest with ourselves. It might be higher today because of inflation, and we don't have the other work being done. But I did want to just explore, as we did at our last meeting, just if CDBG funds become available or other streams, that we could really use this as an enhancement and beautification effort for the Al-Asal. If you look at Monterey, they put all these beautiful, iconic locations, Bixby Bridge, the Arch now, Cannery Row, but there isn't that location to really promote East Salinas. Even though it's a very busy and vibrant business district, there isn't that visual that really encourages tourists to visit and shop in the Al-Asal, come visit the Al-Asal, try its restaurants. But it has to start somewhere. It has to start with the beginning, where we know will ultimately be a legacy project that we will all be proud of, looking back at that we left something so beautiful to celebrate the East Salinas and hopefully instill more community pride by its current residents and its future residents as well. So that's why I know we're too early to talk about a number yet, but I do want my colleagues to know that we are circling in. We are doing the work. We do want to do a capital fundraising effort as we did for the COVID memorial, and we know we're going to be successful at this. And so we look forward to bringing this back in a few months so we could update everybody on the work and maybe get maybe with Salinas taking lead on this, hopefully, which I've heard there's support from among the council members at one of the past meetings, that maybe then we could flesh out what a potential cost could be, and the city really leading the work with the Rotaries, and we just being a supporter and contributor to the effort. That was kind of my intent and what I envisioned our role being in.
All right, other questions or comments from the dais before we go to the public on this one? I'll ask. I saw the top of one of the slides mentioned, I think 348 was the number I had in my head, 1,000 that was set aside. Is it for this project or a project like this? Is that money somewhere in the city coffers? Where did we get that number? What's that look like?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. I did ask for clarification on that with the city. As soon as I got the referral, I did reach out to the city of Salinas to collaborate on this. It's specifically just for gateway placemaking signage. Okay, so it's not specifically for an arch. There's things that could be a painting on the railway on Al-Asal, going into heading, I think it's kind of the market. Well, no, that's not it, but just on Al-Asal Street going toward the Al-Asal community. But it has been appropriated. So again, we'll see how that plays out because the staff is going out to to start working specifically on that portion of the Al-Asal vibrancy plan, or the other part of the, I'm sorry, let me just make sure I'm using the acronyms of the ADIMP, the Al-Asal District Identity Master Plan. So within there was the placemaking signage part, so that could be a myriad of things.
So the location is yet to be determined. I mean, so for me, I'm just, I get that there's these moving parts and pieces. I know that one of the big fights we recently had, and recent being the last 5 years, was the question around the Solid Waste Authority's presence, because that desire to sort of define, right, the Al-Asal vibrancy area is really a little broader than most folks have historically thought of, right? And so there's this desire to reconfigure, redevelop this area of that particular stretch to really define a foothold and an identity for that community. It was a big push-pull thing that happened at the Solid Waste Authority, but it was completed. We're in the final kind of steps of completing what will inevitably be a transfer that allows for some of that reimagining of that region. So timeline, in the conversation with staff, have you guys had the direct conversation with Salinas City staff, and what's that look like in terms of their minds around defining that?
That's what they're currently working on. So that's going to be, they're hoping to have that identified or laid out next month. So what is, the whole process to get this particular part of that plan implemented. So there'll be more to come on that. And that's why I thought I'd come back in the fall or winter, December area, once we have more information on that process. So
then for me, the financial piece, right, and it's not a concern, I'd say it's just a consideration, is the width of the road, right? It's twice as wide nearly as the stretch here in downtown. So I'm just curious, was any costing and at least expectation built in based around that difference?
Great question as well. So when talking to staff about that, there's a lot of considerations that will go into play about specifically if an arch were to be considered. They are considering a road traffic calming, or another word, road diet. So that's being considered. There's a lot of factors. So that specific stretch, there's a lot of commercial vehicles that go up and down that street. So that's also going to be a factor. So whether it's an actual arch or a sign, or if it does something really beautiful over the railroad, the crossing there, that's really all the logistics and the feedback they're going to take from the community.
Now, a stretch of this portion is in the 3rd district, so as long as we can agree that it goes in the 3rd district, I'm in. All right. Locations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, let me turn my. It does seem there's some more ideal locations in District 3. Because whether it wants to be a true gateway, like to an entrance to the Alisal, or a place where you have events, like I could see 16th of September on Alisal Street, having that arch over where this biggest festival takes place in the community. So we're early, but I'm open. Nothing has been decided. A question has come up on what will it be called? Alisal Arch, El Alisal, the Alisal, and El Alisal is historically accurate to the land grant and to the original land. But it could be bilingual, right? I said it'd be the only bilingual arch in California, if not in the United States, where it says De Alisal on one side, El Alisal on the other, true to its beginnings, to its history, and to the people today. But we are early of where it could be done. I did have a one-on-one conversation with Lisa Murphy, the new assistant city manager for the city of Salinas. She seemed also very excited from a staff perspective, hearing kind of the vision for it. So I think this has the possibility to get some momentum for sure between us and the city and community partners.
Supervisor Daniels.
So just preliminarily, I mean, I really love the idea. And I think that it would be, it's a beautification, it's an enhancement, it draws people to a neighborhood, it just makes sense, and it's something that's also very attractive in just the way it's been described. I don't have, I do understand that if there is an investment by the county, that could be something that could inspire Rotaries and the cities to understand, to get engaged, because they see that the county has they have some skin in the game. Where would we be thinking that this investment would come from?
If the direction from the board is to pursue a financial contribution from our funds, we can work with the budget office and determine appropriate funding sources for the board to consider. So that's not to be determined, but that's why I gave percentages. So if the board wanted us to pursue that, you can maybe now, or we can do it later, is give a direction on an amount. Because I know when we came back with the COVID memorial, it was really high, and then we said, well, maybe this would be a more appropriate amount. So I just wanted to kind of start to set the board up to think about a potential dollar amount of funding to be determined, funding source to be determined.
If I could just add, Supervisor Daniels, and I envision that it's going to take us several years to fundraise, right? Like I said, the other Rotary Arch was 7 years of fundraising. Hopefully this is shorter, but we're not going to need the money right overnight, right? We need to get the numbers, get some design, get a budget, and then work to raise the money, and then factor, once we see how much the city of Salinas is willing to put in, how much has the Rotary's Fund contributed, how much has been raised from the community, then we could say, okay, this is where we think we could help out, and maybe spread out over 2 or 3 years, because we have that time. But the arch in Castroville that was put in, I think that was $488,000 according to news reports. But that also was a lot of other work being done on Merritt Street there. But the arch itself, it was different than this arch, right? Because it was done by a local Signs by Van, I think. But it was almost $500,000, and that's more like what Alisal is, right? It's like double lane, wider and higher. In Castro.
Just to add in, the Castro one had a little complication, as that Caltrans was involved in there too. So that made a little more. But I just wanted to say, I think your suggestion about a bilingual arch is really unique and is intriguing thought there.
All right, let's.
Just to be clear, so has the city hasn't had a discussion about this yet?
I think we heard next month.
Okay, yeah, I'd be very interested in, I think, following the lead of the city, given that this is something in the city's jurisdiction and a city plan. I know we've worked really hard to have a work in partnership and in relationship with the city, and so to the degree that we've had other projects that we've worked on with the city, what the city's, anyway, I look forward to hearing what the city's conversation is, and then working whatever direction we end up taking, that it's in alignment with the direction that the city planning community meetings have been, and that we're remaining in alignment with the city. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. We ask folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, *9 via landline to be recognized. I see no one coming forward in the room unless Laura's going to jump up late again. Just kidding, Laura. Just playing with you. I see no hands going up via Zoom. We will bring it back. So final thoughts here. Do you want to go first, Supervisor Alejo, or you want to go last? All right, so final thought for me is I'm supportive. We don't often get the opportunity beyond some of the clinics to invest in the city, and I think this would be a cool way to partner should the city want to do this, and I think that's a great suggestion, and I look forward to finding ways to get as many investors as possible, because I think when you get the buy-in, you really build community around a project. We saw that in downtown Salinas, and we've seen a lot of folks stopping traffic for a good reason, to take a picture, get a memento, remember, right, this place, and I think the Alisal deserves the same. So I look forward to the continued conversation. Any final thoughts from the rest of the board? All right, and we'll consider this report received, and we look forward to having you back. With that, we're going to let you off the hot seat and bring up Cindy Burnham from well, I've got you listed as Public Works here on this agenda, but I know that's not right. So management specialist with Hitchcock Animal Services to give us an update on 2510, which was a referral on a spay and neuter ordinance from Supervisor Alejo.
Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, members of the board, CEO De La Rosa, and council. My name is Cindy Burnham, and I'm the administrator at Hitchcock Road Animal Services. I'm here today to present a brief preliminary analysis report regarding Board Referral 2025.10 that seeks to enact a spay-neuter ordinance for cats and dogs to address pet overpopulation, euthanasia rates, and overcrowded shelters with minimal staffing. Staff received this referral that was assigned on August 26th and has initially researched and explored some feasibility of recommending a mandatory spay and neuter ordinance. Regarding spaying and neutering, of course, Animal Services wholeheartedly supports spay and neuter. We live and breathe it. Our staff talks to the community every day about it. We have a spay and neuter clinic who's actually finishing up surgeries today. We hand out resources that we've worked with our local rescue groups to provide for the community. So we are wholeheartedly speaking, breathing, and doing spaying and neuter on a regular basis. We actually just hired our part-time vet to help us increase our own capacity, so we're excited about that. In terms of spay neuter ordinance, in ideal situations that include adequate enforcement efforts and resources and services, mandatory ordinances may reduce overpopulation, decrease shelter euthanasia rates, improve public safety, with fewer animals running at large, reduce the risk of cancers and infections for altered animals, and over time may result in cost savings for local municipalities. Conversely, mandatory ordinances may also be difficult to enforce without adequate funding and staffing. They may be challenging for lower income residents to comply with mandates if they don't have access to low-cost services. They may discourage pet ownership and may result in negative health outcomes for some breeds if sterilization is performed on much younger pets. Either way, with or without a mandatory ordinance, ensuring there is ample and consistent availability and access to low-cost services, coupled with public awareness and education, does positively impact pet and shelter overpopulation and reduce euthanasia rates. Important to note that state and national organizations such as Cal Animals, ASPCA, and Best Friends do not recommend across-the-board mandatory spay-neuter ordinances. They find that due to the lack of correlation between ordinance ability of a jurisdiction's ability to enforce and the outcomes expected. We also have a current veterinary shortage and rising veterinary costs that may serve to make affordable spay-neuter opportunities harder to provide. With this referral, staff intend to review other jurisdictions' mandatory ordinances, their best practices and data, find out what worked for them, what didn't work for them. Staff will also conduct further analysis of the investments needed to expand access to low-cost services, staffing levels, consult with our advisory committee that is part of the Hitchcock Road Animal Services Joint Powers, seek the Joint Powers Board of Directors direction prior to returning to the Board of Supervisors with an updated referral. We have highlighted some challenges which all come down to resources, adequate staffing to enforce an ordinance. It's not just about having an animal control officer issue a citation if your pet's not fixed. It typically, when there's the time frame and the animal hasn't been fixed, or whether it does, there's the office support needed to manage that, to determine what is the follow-up. Impact to current services being provided with available resources versus needed resources. If there was such an ordinance, is there accessible, consistent, low-cost services across the board? Really looking at everyone who can provide such resources to make sure that if somebody wants to do it, they can. It's very expensive right now. One of the things that we're looking at is what are our local vets' capabilities and what are their fees? Looking at the access to the community, or to the spay-neuter opportunities, and really looking at the multiple sources, including internally ourselves, as far as what may our capacity be to help our constituents. And then also, while it's not a challenge, it is important to note that we do have Animal Services Joint Powers Board of Directors that we do need to work into this referral, because they do oversee animal services at this time. We did present this referral to the JPA Board of Directors on September 18th, let them know that we received it, and that we plan to update this meeting and shared with them our expected timeline, which we do estimate that we will need about 6 to 9 months to further research the feasibility of implementing a mandatory spay-neuter ordinance for the unincorporated Monterey County, and we do hope to return with an update by May of 2026 with more information on that. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Supervisor Alejo, your referral?
Yes. Thank you very much. I want to, first of all, thank you for the report. I think you raised a lot of valid issues around spay and neuter ordinances, limitations on resources, and then what's the right type of enforcement mechanisms to make it as effective as possible. This has come up, I think, ever since I became a supervisor. Several times the community has asked us to consider this. I really didn't actually get moved to actually do it until our former young supervisors that took time, I think, out of school to be here today. But they kind of pushed me because when I think they convinced me that when you see the gravity of the issues and the numbers of animals euthanized, the cost that it has to house and feed and provide care for thousands of animals, right? And if there's a way to address that through a goal, a policy, countywide, I think it's worth for us to now have that conversation. Just since I introduced the referral, I got contacted by a council member from the city of Salinas, who is our partner in our JPA, who also wants to introduce a proposal for the city of Salinas to also adopt a dog and cat ordinance. So it's already inspired other electeds to say, is this the right time for us to adopt something like this countywide? And then hopefully, and even in my referral, I said, I hope that other cities, because city of Seaside was the first city to do that in November, or I think it got adopted in December with the final second vote. But I hope that the county taking or following up on Seaside, we can encourage other cities to also do it, because we know the problem is only getting worse. It's not getting better, and it's very costly for us by not having just as a stated policy. What do we hope that our residents will follow to prevent many animals ending up at our shelter or at the SPCA or out on the streets in dangerous situations? So that's kind of what I was intent behind this, but I did want to acknowledge our young leaders, our young supervisors for bringing this forward, because I hope that when this comes down back in the future, that we could actually get all these concerns addressed and have the discussion about what is the best way to implement it. Sometimes when you implement an ordinance, we do it on a trial basis to try to like encourage behaviors to change, so we're a little bit more flexible on enforcement. But eventually, we also got to talk about what are the resources needed in order to make this ordinance effective. But we just haven't had this discussion at all in my 9 years as a county supervisor. I think the time has come for us to do that and to see what policy makes sense to address this crisis of so many animals ending up in our shelter and having a significant cost to our limited resources.
If I could, and I just want to say thank you for making the referral, and I was pleased as a representative of Seaside. It's actually been a really positive thing for Seaside, and the feedback in the community has been very appreciative. I think there's one in particular, animal control officer, who's been able to do a lot of education, and it's really been the education that's been a part of what's allowed the ordinance to be successful. And I know that resource is one that we've, to have that resource available in the unincorporated county. I've hesitated to put a referral forward because the district that I represent doesn't cover much of the unincorporated county. So we do have other supervisors who really, would need to be the ones to, I think, own that and take the lead on it. But while the referral is active, I think the piece that for me would be really important, and that I would love to be able to see us have a deeper conversation about, given the number of different services that are out there that are providing spay and neuter options. As a consumer and a resident who's had the opportunity to try to navigate getting pets spayed and neutered, or feral animals spayed and neutered, it's incredibly difficult to try to get information and figure out where to go. My sister brought home a feral cat with kittens, and to try to figure out, do you go here? Do you go there? Where do you get the information? Just to try to do the right thing to get the animals fixed before sending them off to homes, ended up being hundreds and hundreds of dollars out of pocket, just to ensure that we're not having animals reproducing, out in the community. And so I think there's so many pieces of this puzzle, whether it's a spay for the unincorporated county, given the resources, how do we, so I hope that part of the referral response can include some of the options around how do we ensure that the harm reduction strategies of making spay and neuters more available, even if it is on a very basic level, having information on Hitchcock Road very simple to find as to where all the spay and neuter options are for community, and making that as simple as possible for people to navigate, so that it isn't this matter of, calling 15 different places, figuring out which location has what available on what day, how much is it going to cost, do I have to go pick up a special bin for this cat? Do they have to be in 7 different, boxes to go to different locations? So I think there's a lot that can be done that would be low resource, but that would actually help us achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. And again, just want to thank the students. And I think there's also opportunities for you guys to propose some, maybe working with our advisory group, some interim options that may be low resource intensive but achieve similar goals. So I hope that you can help us continue to be part of the brainstorming and researching solutions that get us closer to the outcomes, whether it's ultimately a spay ordinance or anything between here and there. But thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I forgot to mention their names, Eli and Matthew David, thank you. And they're not only suggested it, they came to speak here, but they live it. They've been volunteering for some time now for SNP, and this is something they care deeply about. So I just want to acknowledge not only their words, but also their actions that they've been carrying out for some time.
All right, so at this point, let's take it out to the public. I know we've got some young folks that have been waiting patiently to share their perspective with us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment, invite folks who would like to participate via Zoom to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline to be recognized. We'll start in room and go ahead and open up the floor. 2 minutes per speaker. Go for it.
Hello, County Supervisors, and a special hello to Supervisors Lopez and Alejo and Officer De La Rosa for opening up your offices to model civic engagement for the Young County Supervisors program. My name is Eli, and I'm a student at Carmel High School and a student ambassador for the Spay and Neuter Imperative Project, and a recent alumni of the Young County Supervisors program myself. After finishing the program, I've been inspired to advocate for change and make a difference in my community. I'm here today to stress the importance of our county enacting a county-wide spay and neuter ordinance. Many times, unfixed animals who get out are looking for mates. This allows dogs and cats to impregnate or get pregnant, fueling the already exponentially rising stray population and contributing to the overall animal overpopulation. With the county-wide spay and neuter ordinance, this would allow citizens to access to spay and neuter services for their pets and diminish animal overpopulation. Our shelters can only hold so many animals, and just this week, Hitchcock Shelter was already full and euthanization was the only option. As I mentioned the last time I was here, I hate seeing animals suffer, and I guarantee you, county residents, especially children, hate seeing animals suffer just as much. Animal suffering is traumatizing, heartbreaking, and absolutely preventable. You, as the county supervisors, have the power to be part of the solution by enacting a spay and neuter ordinance. This would also be economically beneficial to the county, since with less animal overpopulation, there's less animal intake to your shelters, cutting the overall cost in animal welfare. This return on investment can be huge for the county. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and thank you for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Matt, and I am a student ambassador for the Spay and Neuter Imperative Project of Monterey County. I am also a recent graduate of the Young Supervisors program with Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, and Officer De La Rosa, who have inspired me to take action in this community. With the tools I learned from this program, I am inspired to be here today to plead on behalf of all the unhoused animals that are starving, diseased, or overpacked in shelters for a county-wide spay and neuter ordinance. We all love animals, and it's heartbreaking to witness them suffer. So it's time to address the animal overpopulation issue in this county and propose how we can help solve it. A mandatory spay and neuter ordinance, which not only does it help people's pets and feral cats, but it also lowers the incidence of backyard breeding. Specifically, backyard breeding leads to uncertified animals that create sick offspring, and worst of all, the people responsible are prioritizing profits at the expense of these animals. Not only is this a disgusting form of animal abuse, as animals are abandoned when deemed useless or forcibly and overly impregnated without the proper checkups, but it's also an under-the-radar form of financial abuse, which in business terms is tax evasion. The good news is this county is fortunate enough to have resources such as the mobile SNP bus that knows how to tackle high volume and low cost spay and neuter services to any part of this county. This makes it easy for citizens to access and easy for the county to sponsor these services. What we've achieved so far is nothing short of amazing. It's real progress, but we still need your help. So we ask you sincerely, follow the example of Seaside and enforce a required countywide spay and neuter ordinance. Thank you for your time and consideration. And remember, like I always say, nothing makes you cuter than supporting spay and neuter. Thank you, Mr. Alejo, for proposing this item.
Well done. Anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon, all supervisors. My name is Alex Shelgren. I am the animal control specialist for the city of Seaside. As you mentioned, we are the county that, or excuse me, the city that has the only spay and neuter mandated here in Monterey County. So I just wanted to kind of touch base with everybody and kind of give my perspective of it and how it has positively impacted our city. So first off, I want to just start off by saying spay and neuter mandate is not the silver bullet. It's not going to fix overpopulation overnight. We have to just approach it at all different angles. Education is great, but it's just words until you have something to back it. I used to walk into houses with dogs being bred that had horrible genetics, horrible bone structure. Doesn't matter. They're cute puppies that are popping out. They can sell for a few $1,000s. So the people that are breeding them don't care, because by the time they grow up and they have orthopedic problems, they already got their money. So that is one of the reasons that I'm very lucky to be able to walk in and say, hey, you need to have a permit to be able to breed. Your veterinarian has to tell us that this animal is actually good to be bred and not just doing it for money. Another thing that really helps with us is Seaside has, just like Salinas everywhere in California, overpopulation of cats, especially community cats or feral cats. To this date, I've been working for the city for about 2.5 years. I have trapped and fixed 332, as of today, cats that either got adopted out if they were kittens or returned back through TNR. When we have actually seen an impact on our statements from the SPCA already during the kitten season, which is sadly year-round now, but the main kitten season in the spring really showed a decline in kittens being turned in. A lot of it is just education. Whenever I pull up to anyone, I have a piece of paper, goes over the ordinance. On the bottom, it has QR codes for resources, SNP bus, SPCA, and AFRP, where they can get their animals fixed. Also has my communication, all my phone numbers, emails, and that everyone knows that if they have any questions, to please contact me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, anyone else in the room?
Good afternoon. I had a speech prepared, but after hearing the presentation, I wanted to speak a little bit from the heart. So I'm really concerned about the resistance to having a spay and neuter ordinance. We're not asking for it to be mandated. We don't want a mandatory spay and neuter ordinance. In fact, the Seaside ordinance is just required, fixed by 5 months for a cat, because a 4-month-old cat can have a litter of kittens, and she can have 4 to 6 kittens, and she could have 4 to 6 kittens 4 times a year. How many cats is that? We also ask that dogs are fixed by 6 months old. So these are just some of the things. I want to say that I had an issue with a cat. It was shot. There's nothing worse than hearing a cat cry out when it's shot. These are the things that people do to eradicate when there's too many cats. They're poisoned, they're run over, they're stomped on, they're kicked. Puppies are being sold in parking lots at Home Depot, street corners. This is what happens. In the city of Seaside, someone had a poster and they had 12 puppies for sale. I can show you pictures of posters that I've found throughout the whole entire county of people who are selling puppies in our county. I fixed over 300 and something cats from Prunedale to Soledad to Salinas. We know we have an animal overpopulation issue here. Waiting 6 to 9 months to come up with a decision when we've been talking about this, as Alejo has said, for 9 years. Really? We're going to wait 6 to 9 more months to figure out if this is an issue? Hitchcock is always overcapacity. And what does overcapacity mean in our county? It means that not all the kennels are full, just they don't have enough staff.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the room? All right, I do have a couple hands up via Zoom. The first one I see is Lucy A. Lucy, we'll go ahead and give you the floor. You have the ability to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. I'm a longtime resident of Monterey County and been involved with animal welfare for over 20 years. Recently in Seaside, we passed a spay-neuter ordinance and it has brought about meaningful change. It has given our wonderful animal control officer, Alex, a tool for holding those who are neglectful to accountability. It is well known that shelters in our county and throughout the state are overrun. We cannot adopt our way out of this crisis when there are simply not enough homes for the number of unwanted animals. To continue processing animals for euthanasia when there are preventable means of controlling pet overpopulation is cruel. I believe that as a community, we can do better, and it's time to try a fresh approach. I do also recognize that access to spay-neuter surgeries and education are an important component to solving this problem. Please consider passing a countywide spay-neuter ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I see a hand up from Sheriff Nieto. Sheriff, we'll give you the floor.
Good morning. I start out my day with you and I end it with you. I'm so privileged. Thank you, supervisors. I want to keep it really simple. I'm not going to read a speech, but there's reasons why you want ordinances like this on the books. The high school students and Alex have talked about it. It reduces overpopulation. There's better animal health. It stops the nuisance behaviors, and it's actually cost saving to communities. And it's also our humane responsibility. But for the law enforcement side of it, it really is it is public safety, community safety, because stray animals, unwanted animals are a safety concern. There's aggressive behavior that are involved in traffic accidents. They spread disease like rabies and parasites. And you would not believe the amount of calls that I get as a sheriff regarding feral cats. And so that's also a strain on your law enforcement side, which are a very expensive piece of community government. So again, as a supervisor or as code enforcement, who would be the ones that would probably enforce this, I always say it's better to have the laws on the books, and then we as a county can decide how we're going to do enforcement or education or the other pieces that would come with it. So I just want to say that I back having a county ordinance. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. We'll bring it back to the dais at this point. See if there's any follow-up thoughts here. Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to thank the city of Salinas, Alex. Thank you for all your work. And Seaside. City of Seaside. My bad.
I think it's properly pronounced Seaside.
Seaside.
That was just high school. No.
But thank you for your leadership there and the work that you do and the way that you interact with the community. I think that's the right way, and it's inspiring. And so thank you for showing us that it can be done in Monterey County in the right way, that it's workable, it's feasible. I look forward to this coming back. I know if our board is interested in doing this will come back in a few months, hopefully not too long down the road, but it does take some time for a county council to draft an ordinance for us to consider, but maybe looking at Seaside's language, that shouldn't be too much work. It might be a little different because we're unincorporated Monterey County, a much larger geographic area, but the language will certainly be instructive of what we're potentially looking for.
If I may, and I know that this has been something that we've kind of danced around a little bit in the past, and there is some hesitation on the part of the staff report that was written and brought forward, and there is in previous conversations there has been hesitation from the advisory committee to bring something forward. So can I just get a sense as we send staff out to do the work? Can we get a sense, is there to send them out to do the work knowing that there's support on the part of the board for an ordinance? Is that something that it's fair to ask for that at this
Happy
point?
to speak to that and just say that I'm generally supportive. I want to make sure we learned a lot of lessons in the rooster ordinance, and I'm hoping that we incorporate those here. I mean, I see folks are very attached to their chickens, and people are more attached to their dogs. A lot of folks try to preserve the lines of those pets that they love so much, so having a pathway for those who want to do it appropriately is important for me, given that experience and knowing how emotional and heated it can get in this room. But I do think that there's a pathway here for us, and so just expect some threading of that needle as we move forward, but making sure that we acknowledge that passion that we have. I've got a world-class lab breeder in Chular who I know I'm going to hear from as soon as this hits the media, probably tonight. But again, knowing that for her, it's a passion about her dog and keeping his line alive over a long time is important. So just want to acknowledge that, yes, I see there's a path here, but we have to make sure that we acknowledge that passion around the space for all community.
Yeah, and I would second that too. I think, and I think there's, when you do these things, sometimes there's exceptions you carve out when you have a professional breeder of something like this, of some competency and renown. There's a space for that. That isn't, those are not the ones that are causing the problems. It's the backyard breeders that are. And in terms of the rooster ordinance, there is a referral I had put out about this, and we were waiting on some state legislation we thought was going to go through this year that would maybe preempt that, and that has kind of stalled. So there is a rooster ordinance coming back, roosters, people keep roosters in numbers a lot more than they keep, believe it or not, even keep cats quite often.
And I think the fact that you have a successful ordinance in a jurisdiction that can be something that can be modeled, I think a lot of the concerns that have come up just from the dais today are all concerns that can be mitigated and addressed in a well-written ordinance. And just listening to the presentation today, I mean, my family had a horrible experience with 2 young children where we did get a dog from turned out to be a backyard breeder. They said it was just a mistake that happened when 2 of their dogs had a baby, and then we saw them do it over and over and over again, and it was just two pets that weren't compatible. And so my kids went through falling desperately in love with this family pet for two years, living with the dog, and then it just was not compatible with other people visiting the house or walking nearby or talking to any one of us. And it was just a really dangerous situation, and it could have been avoided so easily. So I really was happy to hear from the city of Seaside what, that type of educational program that happens as well for folks that might think they're doing no harm or just, making a few bucks. But there's real consequences when families have to let go of their pets because the situation is just too dangerous. And so I think that every concern I've heard is something that can be mitigated. I look forward to the ordinance. I think county staff would be beneficial to really take a look at Seaside and what's worked and build off of that. And I look forward to seeing it again.
Good.
Great. Yeah, it's a great indication. So thank you, colleagues, for that. And so you know where this is going once we are able to get actual language and then be able to take a vote, hopefully in the near future.
All right. So we've concluded item 20 at this point. Thank you all for joining us. We won't be sad if you walk out, and I know it can be awkward at this point.
And we'll make sure to alert you when it comes back for a vote.
And I'm going to turn to our CAO at this point for her comments.
Yes, today we are acknowledging the work by our public health department. So just so happens that Elsa is in the audience and able to hear about her great team, but to be able to share just a fraction of what she submitted, it was single spaced and 3 pages long. So that gives you a good idea. So we went ahead and created some key points. The department is in its final stages for its public health reaccreditation process that, if approved, would be granted for 5 years. Hitchcock Animal Road Services maintained over 85% live release rate for dogs, despite a constant staffing and intake challenges. The behavioral health team opened their first Access Behavioral Health Clinic in the Alisal community at 30 South Pearl Street in Salinas, and the construction of a crisis stabilization unit and children's crisis residential program operated by Seneca was completed and will be fully operational in the coming months. As for clinic services, they've added dental services to mobile clinic focused on delivering school-based services at 4 area school districts funded by a $350,000 HRSA grant in partnership with Public Health's oral health program staff. Successfully renegotiated the Medicaid reimbursement rate with the Department of Healthcare Services for 4 clinics, resulting in an annual patient revenue increase of between 18 to 22 million. The Clinic Services Bureau also consistently was rated at the top 5%, performing as a federally qualified health center in the nation. For 2025, they received 05 quality badges from HRSA for Health Center Quality Leader, a gold badge, the Advancing Health IT badge, Preventive Health badge, a National Quality Leader badge, and Heart Health badge. Emergency Medical Services Agency achieved a bidirectional data sharing between hospitals and EMS providers. They also collaborated with the Salinas Valley State Prison through a committee that evaluated and improved medical protocols and emergency response strategies within the prison. Environmental Health led on the development and oversight of a long-term community sampling program or plan, in coordination with state and federal partners, ensuring ongoing monitoring of local environmental health conditions in partnership with ITD, and launched a public-facing visualization tool. Office of Equity completed the North County participatory budgeting process in collaboration with TAMSI, and the results will be shared with the board in October. Lastly, the public health side of the house increased transparency of communicable diseases, surveillance information through a web-based dashboard, and engage community partners through collaborating with the City of Gonzales to distribute free bike helmets to children and improving the walkability of neighborhoods in San Ardo. A lot more behind all of those achievements, but that is our health team.
All right. Thank you, CAO. We'll go to board comments. We'll start with Supervisor Church, who put his hand up.
All right. Want to, let's see, I'll start here with Eloise Shem, as earlier today was mentioning about the Bronda Adobe and Rancho Days event that was on Saturday. I did not personally contribute $50,000. That came from discretionary funds from each district has. I just want to make that clear. It wasn't real clear at the when it was announced then, but I was, it went for a really good cause. The Bronda Adobe is the oldest building in Salinas, and is really represents the rich cultural heritage of this area. I was also privileged for many years to having a neighbor who was one of the Brondas, and for many years, and it just let anybody know that has never been there, this is really a neat project that is going on there with a museum. There's a lot of other older buildings out of there that touch everything from the indigenous peoples that were here to right up to agriculture, right up to the present day, and they're really making some great progress with it. And it's really going to be a destination center for people to see when they come to Salinas. This Friday, 5:30 at Rancho Cielo is Taste of Marcon. It's brings together chefs and students there who prepare great food and features some local wines. That's this Saturday, right? This Friday, excuse me, for this Friday at 5:30. This Saturday, down at the Salinas train station is another food truck night. I think there's up to 20 food trucks. Recommend people to go there. There's a great deal of variety there and live music and some family-friendly fun. And out on Sunday, on the 10th, between 3 and 5, it might be longer than that, but 3 to 5 is what I have, is Neighbors Helping Neighbors and Aromas. It's a nonprofit that works to strengthen communities by distributing healthy food twice a month, delivers lunch to housebound seniors, gives away school supplies, jackets to kids, organizes a Halloween trunk and treat each year. Anyway, between 3 and 5 on Sunday at the Aroma Screens, there will be refreshments, live music, and some presentations, and that'll do it for District 2.
Mine are going to be very brief today. I did have my first meeting with the District 5 mayors and city managers, where we're really talking about planning ahead for what we can do to mitigate some of the impacts from Car Week and how our jurisdictions can work hand in hand as we plan for all the different events that happen and impact us collectively. So looking at ways to not work in our own silos and instead work together to both plan and get that information out to the public so the impact can be reduced. And the second and last thing I will comment on is tonight is my son's school's spooky Halloween event at the Hacienda in Carmel Valley, Hacienda Hay and Feed. And if anyone's interested in a high school rock band or the high school choir, which is very impressive, that the choir is impressive, or line dancing at 7 p.m., join us at Hacienda Hay and Feed on Carmel Valley Road.
So that I got this right, it's rock band line dancing to a group called the Nitrates, which also there's typically a bad thing in the health world, but in this case, nitrates are great. Right?
Just singular, nitrate.
Nitrate. All right. Perfect. Got it. Supervisor Alejo.
We don't want to go talking about nitrates again in South County. Causes a lot of problems. I just wanted to let my colleagues know I was proud to meet with the new Mexican consulate, Neftali Said Perez, and I think he wants to get around to meet all of you. I think we should all have a good working relationship because he's going out. He's been really, how do you say, he's been very proactive going out to different communities, not even taking speaking engagement because he's doing all these mobile services. And he was in Seaside last weekend. He's in Greenfield this Saturday. He's trying to go to every corner because he represents 4 counties, Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterey County. That's his jurisdiction, but it's a very busy one. He used to be like the kind of the youth ministry of Mexico that helped a lot of young people get into internships to then get into great careers. In some of the parts of Mexico, it was really intended to provide alternatives so people don't go into the wrong lifestyles, which some areas are very dangerous and are attractive to young people to go into that lifestyle. But that was his work on the border areas and throughout the nation. So he's very interesting to meet. And I know he met with Mayor Oglesby, I think Councilmember Alexis Sarasola as well, just the other day. So encourage you all to meet him, and I'm able to share his contact information as well. I was also at East LA College last Saturday for a great gathering of Latino elected officials. We all have issues here, but right now LA is ground zero for ICE raids and immigration enforcement. It was very inspiring hearing not from the community groups, but from other elected officials that are putting up their best fight to protect their residents. But it was heartbreaking hearing some of the stories coming out of LA from the car washers that are being targeted and the tragedies at Home Depot. One gentleman who was running and was killed as he ran onto the highway. Countless stories like that we, thank God, we haven't confronted here yet, but it's a lot to learn from the areas that are dealing with kind of the worst situation and the behavior of some of these federal agents in their communities. On what's happening this week, Chris helped me set this up, but the legendary war veteran Elver Alvarez is going to be honored at the air show this Saturday. He was the first Navy pilot shot down during the Vietnam War, the second longest POW in United States history out of all wars. There was another Vietnam veteran who was incarcerated, or he was a POW for 9 years. Elver Alvarez was just over 8 years, several months. But the fact that we approved a resolution for him to honor him is a deep honor for me. He grew up on the East Side, and he's supposed to get the Congressional Medal of Honor sometime, hopefully soon, once his medal is minted for his ceremony. This Saturday, after the air show, then I'm going to the March for Peace, the annual one, led by the city of Salinas and a lot of community partners, including the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, is taking place. They've moved the location. Instead of starting at Fusco, they are starting at MLK Elementary School, targeting a different part of the community. And as we all know, our community continues to be hard hit by homicides. A 17-year-old Alisai High senior, a senior at Mount Toro School, and another 17-year-old high school student was hospitalized, but the other two tragically lost their lives. I believe one of them was just picking up, he was a performer, his little music group, he was picking up a check at an event, and when these guys shot, they just shot indiscriminately at them, not even knowing who they were, not even living that lifestyle. So it's a really heartbreaking to see this continue to happen in our community. Last thing, I wanted to just invite all our colleagues on October 11th, Latino elected officials from 4 counties, Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, San Benito, Monterey. We're bringing back, we created a new nonprofit, the Monterey Bay Area Latino Elected Officials Organization. It's like a mini NALEO that Chris served on the national board. But this is a way for local Latino elected officials and other elected officials, which includes all of you, you're all invited to join us, where we could get together 2, 3, 4 times a year to talk about important topics of our community, and also bring potentially statewide leaders to our communities to meet the people here. And our first keynote speaker will be Javier Becerra, the former United States Health and Human Services Secretary, former California Attorney General. He will be our guest speaker, and then we're getting a presentation as a community presentation from the Solidarity Network, our Rapid Response Network, about the work they're doing in light of everything going on the immigration side. So this will be our first meeting. We used to have a Tri-Counties Association of Latino Elected Officials. It kind of died off when COVID came in, so this is us bringing it back under new 501c3 status. So I just wanted to make sure all 5 county supervisors and our CAO, if she wants to come, are all invited to join us. All right, it's going to be at 201 Main at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there's a free breakfast included with an RSVP. Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. A couple of things just wanted to announce we've heard about over the last couple weeks. There are some offensive odors that we are well aware of. Our local air district is investigating odors being reported from sort of around Marina, East Garrison. They're actually also being reported on Seaside. We are asking folks if you're experiencing these offensive odors, if you could report them to MBART. I don't actually have the phone number here, but on the Monterey Bay Air District Resources website, there's a phone number. We are doing our best to take all of the data, and the data around the reporting is helping us to try to identify what the source of those odors are. Some odors are things that are we can pursue them and mitigate them. Others are not issues that can be mitigated, but having the data around where they're coming from and when they're being reported is very helpful. So thank you to the Air District for being a partner and trying to identify and address the issues that can be addressed. We're also aware and have seen footage about motorbikes out in Fort Ord on trails. The footage is pretty upsetting and definitely not appropriate for the trails on Fort Ord. We really want to appreciate our Parks Director, Brian Flores, for his immediate responses and coordinating with Bureau of Land Management, Laguna Seca, and others to try to identify who is out there, track down the offenders, and make it clear to everyone that motorized vehicles are not allowed on Fort Ord trails, and it actually is very dangerous for other users. So we're doing everything we can to make sure that that does not continue. So we are aware and working to make sure that that is not something that continues out on Fort Ord trails. We do have some upcoming office hours in our District 4 office on October 15th from 4 to 6 p.m. We remain committed to being available and accessible to all of our constituents. So stop by the office from 4 to 6. We'll be, you can come in and see how challenging it is to find our office through the construction. We are excited about the construction that's happening around our District 4 office, but it is a bit of a navigating through all of the cones and the barricades, but you will just persist and you will find us. And then even more exciting than open office hours, we have a new pit toilet out on the former Fort Ord. And you would never know how excited I am. I think this is maybe one of the most exciting things that I am celebrating since becoming an elected official is a toilet out on Fort Ord. This one is on one of the county properties adjacent to the Fort Ord National Monument. On our newest county park, it's the former travel camp, Fort Ord military travel camp parcel called the Youth Camp parcel, or travel camp parcel, adjacent to Watkins Gate. And so we're having a toilet paper cutting to celebrate the opening of the pit toilet. You're all welcome to join us. And this will be on Saturday, October 4th. It'll be happening at the same time that the Take a Kid Mountain Biking Day is happening. So bring your kids, come mountain biking, check out our pit toilet. But this is exciting. This is actually, we have somewhere around 1 million visitors who utilize the Fort Ord National Monument, and we only have 2 BLM access points, and both of those are from the eastern side of the Fort Ord National Monument. And so we have a lot of people who utilize and access the National Monument from the western access points, but we don't have any services from those western access points. So being able to add some permanent restroom facilities from those western access points is actually really significant, and will improve the ability of people to be able to utilize those the Fort Ord National Monument and our county parklands in a responsible manner. So I'm excited about our pit toilet. And then finally, I just wanted to very briefly say thank you to a couple of folks from the Water Resources Agency. Janelle Ramirez and Elise Harden helped me out last week when my car battery died, and I was stranded after our TMZ meeting. They jumped into, show up with, help me jumpstart my car. We have the best staff here in Monterey County. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, they're always available to help. They may be water hydration engineers, but they're also great at jumpstarting cars and just treating everyone with like sincere kindness in your worst moments. So big thank you to Elise and Janelle and the team over at Water Resources Agency. So just want to say thank you.
The triple ply, Charmin, what are we talking about in terms of the?
I don't know. You got to come and find out. I mean, it's going to be the nicest. I think we got gold toilet paper for the ribbon cutting. You know, like we're not here to mess around.
Apparently not. All right. So I'll be brief and just share that last week we were able to have a wonderful listening session in Chular that included our team, our ATP team from the health department, as well as Public Works Facilities and Parks, where we talked about the improvements that will kick off next spring in that community. Folks were very excited. So just want to thank everybody who took part in that. Tomorrow night we'll be holding another similar session in Gonzales. And obviously there was a video posted earlier this week in Gonzales of the new community center, with the first facility that was shown off on that video being the new county library that will be in that community center. So very exciting times ahead. I want to thank Carmen, the city manager, for posting that video yesterday. And then just want to share, it was a very busy weekend. I want to congratulate Soledad, who also opened their Purple Line, initiated their Purple Line project, which is going to irrigate the fields at the schools as well as city parks using recycled water, helping to reduce the demand on the aquifer, creating resiliency during drought. That was an exciting project to be on the ground for, as they did the ribbon cutting for that this weekend. With that, I know we still have to go back into closed session, so I want to keep my comments brief and turn to council to see if there's anything to read out of closed session, or do we anticipate reading out after we conclude here today?
There will be no reportable action from closed session, either from closed session we've had or from when we're going back into closed session.
All right, so with that, we are recessed to closed session, adjourning from there. Thank you.